All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Mr. Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number KSCBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Yakut Prosecutor. Thank you, Your Honors.
I note that all the accused are present in court today except for Mr. Krasniqi, who has been allowed to attend via video link. I also note that due to personal circumstances, Judge Barta is also attending the hearing via video link. Now we will continue with hearing the evidence of prosecution witness 4744. But first, I think, Mr. Roberts, you had a couple of matters to take up.
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly, but I think we just need to go into private session just to raise them very quickly.
All right, into private session, please, Mr. Court Officer.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Fundai.
Good morning.
We will be proceeding now
yes.
with the
Thank you.
of you. Mr. Misitich still has some questions for you, so we will begin with him. Go ahead, Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, good morning again.
Good morning.
I have one matter to ask your clarification on this morning, and then I will be finished. I'd like to take you to your SPO interview, and if we could please put it on the screen in both English and Albanian. It's P01327.6, page 12 in the English, and the same in Albanian. Now, witness, I just give you the context of while this is being put on the screen. You were asked some questions by the SPO concerning certain allegations that Halil Chedraku had made concerning you and FARC. And you brought a document to the SPO that you found, I believe that was prepared by Halil Chedraku. And if we can go to, in the English, line 18. And in the Albanian, it starts at line 23 and continues on to the next page. But the question that you were asked was, there's an allegation in here that you were a FARCist, or it appears to suggest that you were a member of FARC. Is that right? Or that you somehow associated with or better for the FARCists? I was hoping you could tell us about that. And then at line 18 in the English and line 23 in the Albanian, part of your response is, all we wanted is that the Army could fall under the Ministry of Defense and government without paying attention of the fact that who was leading it. That's why they have given such an interpretation of it. So I'm wondering if you could, first of all, explain what you meant when you said you wanted the Army, by which I presume you meant the Kosovo Liberation Army, to fall under the Ministry of Defense and government without paying attention to the fact of who was leading it.
Yes, Counsel. It's true that the KLA formation existed, and also initially the Ministry of Defense within the Bukoshi government. However, the formations operating within the Ministry of Defense were called FARC, the Kosovo Armed Forces, the Armed Forces of the Republic of Kosovo. In the period of time, in October, November, there were initiatives and several attempts for these two military formations to unify and into one single. In November, a military agreement was reached to unify the army. As far as I'm concerned, as a member of FARC, I was never a member of FARC. I was a member of the Kosovo Liberation Army. I mentioned in my interviews that the KLA and FARC operated in the territory of Kosovo as KLA units. They had the insignia and reported to the General Staff at the Kosovo level, and not to the Ministry of Defense. I say this last part with caution, but the fact that they reported to the General Staff of the KLA is true. Therefore, the claim of Chaduraku could be due to the fact that I asked for the unification of these two factors, and I contributed acting as a connecting bridge so that in the end of November, former FARC soldiers would join in the region of Suarega. But again, the FARC title existed in Albania, but not in Kosovo. Therefore, Halil must have certainly thought of this.
Before I get to my next question, the sentence there says, all we wanted is that the Army could fall under the Ministry of Defense and Government. Who were you referring to when you said we?
Unë kum pas dëshirë
My wish, which was realized, was that there would be only one army. It was not important to me, or less important to me, to know who they would report to. The important thing to me was to have one single army, which was realized. And I also asked for the life within the army to be institutional. I made attempts in this direction, and I believe we achieved this.
You've referenced in your answer this morning that an agreement had been reached in November to unify, and in the context of this answer that you gave to the SPO, I just wanted to know, after the agreement was reached in November, what was your understanding of the relationship between the unified forces now and the Ministry of Defense and Bukoshi government?
duke pas parasysh
Having in mind the conversations I had with Bislim Zirabi, the Chief of Staff, he told me that that the forces under the control of the Minister of Defense would enter Kosovo, but they would be organized following the orders of the General Staff, and that they would report to the General Staff, and this is what actually happened.
In that new arrangement, what was that arrangement of the forces under the command of the General Staff with the Bukoshi government and the Ministry of Defense?
unë detajet e marrëveshjes nuk I di.
I don't know the details of the agreement. I haven't seen it. However, with respect, I remember two of the aspects I was told about, which is that the agreement would enter into force at a specific date. I have forgotten the date, and that we were expecting the political agreement. If the political agreement was not to be reached on the specified date, then the agreement would come into force. So the military agreement came into force before reaching a political agreement, which was never reached. These are the details I know with respect to this document. I also know that the command and organization authority was the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army, according to this agreement.
So let me ask it one final way. Your answer here was all we wanted is that the Army could fall under the Ministry of Defense and Government without paying attention of the fact that who was leading it. As far as you know, did the KLA ever fall under the Ministry of Defense or Government?
Në kuadër të qeverisë
Not within the Bukoshi government. Quite the opposite. The defense forces within the Minister of Defense in the Bukoshi government merged into the KLA.
Goodness, thank you. That concludes my cross-examination, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Mr. Misitich. Mr. Emerson?
Thank you, witness. I have just a few questions for you on behalf of Mr. Vasili. Could we start by calling up P500, please? This is the document we've seen several times. Now, I'm sure you recognise the document from its appearance, it being the 14th of March letter signed by Sadik Halit Yaha and Halil Kadraku, or in the names of the two. I wanted to ask you, first of all, you gave evidence yesterday that there were two problems in particular with Kadraku that you identified, despite them being merged into questions referring to the word reporting as equating the two. And I just want to be absolutely clear what your testimony on this is. One of the problems, as I understood your evidence, is that Kadraku was reaching out directly to local Zakaza within the brigades without first seeking the permission of Commander Dreddy. Is that correct?
pjesërisht
Partially, yes. This would be rather without coordination with the brigade commanders, where the ZKZ structures were part of. And also, at least one of the commanders of the brigades had filed a complaint to Ekrem Reja as zone commander, saying that Khalil Chadarako is talking directly to the persons, namely the deputy commander for the intelligence and counterintelligence, without notifying the brigade commander. He's asking information from them in an uncontrolled manner, without any prior permission or instruction from Commander Reja. So more or less this was it.
And if I'm correctly understood your evidence, that wasn't an isolated incident. It was a pattern of behaviour of his, of speaking to Zakaza representatives within the different brigades without first obtaining the permission of the brigade commander, and I think you said also without obtaining authority of Ekrem Reja.
del ky konkludim
We come to this conclusion. However, to my knowledge, this matter was dealt with at a zone level meeting where Commander Reja made a remark to him saying that this behavior should not happen, that he should have a permission from the zone commander or an official document based on which he would then go to the brigade commander, who would in turn give permission to communicate with ZKZ sectors. This was the request of Ekrem Reja, and Halil Chadrako in this document mentions this fact, considering it as an obstacle to him performing his job and not as rules or military rules to be followed.
See, that's one of the complaints that he raises in this document. But as far as those events are concerned, that is to say, him connecting without prior consent with the Zucker's representatives within the brigades, can I just understand from your own experience with the 123 Brigade, when you gave evidence yesterday, you said that you engaged Musli Kaloli within the command of the 123 Brigade with responsibility for local intelligence. Is that correct?
Po,
Correct.
Your choice.
sigurisht.
Yes.
Pattern then that the brigade commanders would decide who locally would be on their own command responsible for intelligence, as you did.
Jo vetëm për zbulimin, po
Not only for the counterintelligence, but all resources. The brigade commander is the authority who selects his team. He would only ask for confirmation from higher structures for this selected team. And when I mentioned yesterday my case, I had full authority to select people without any further confirmation needed, because the circumstances were such that we wouldn't need these following administrative steps in war circumstances.
These were not people that had been chosen by the general staff in the different brigades. They hadn't been selected by the general staff. Is that correct?
mbarë në fazën sa unë kam qenë komandant.
At least during my time as a brigade commander, I formed the team. I don't know how this worked in other brigades, but in principle it should have been the same. I'm referring here to the period of time, end of December 98 and January 99. I assisted both Brigade 122 and 124. The appointments of the staff commander was done upon consent of the brigade commander without any higher structure interference or commanding structure at a higher level.
And since that was the pattern, who would give orders, for example, in your brigade, who would your Zucker's representative take orders from?
Nga komandanti I brigadës.
From the brigade commander.
And that remained the position at least up until January, you would say, correct?
Kështu kam vepruar.
this is how I proceeded, and I am convinced that this is how it continued further.
You. And just to avoid any doubts on the transcript, that is your comment on the general pattern within your zone. Correct?
For
Correct. And in the period of time I was a brigade commander, this was the pattern, how we acted. In the other period of time, I would refer to practices because I do not have information how this unfolded. Were there any obstacles? I don't know. If I may add something to supplement this, we're dealing here with we're referring here to a document covering a period of time during which Mr. Veseli was not in the territory of Kosovo.
in domar mendim
14th of March 99. This is my opinion.
I hadn't sought to ask you about Mr. Vasili's whereabouts, but perhaps you'd like to tell us what you know about that.
jo vetëm e di se ai
I only know that he was not in the territory of Kosovo. That's it.
ku ka ndodhur çka nuk e di.
I don't know where and how it happened.
And would you accept from me as a proposition, or can you shed light on the proposition, that Mr. Vasili left Kosovo in the autumn time, very shortly after being appointed as head of intelligence for the General Staff, and was not in the country again until mid-March, as far as you know?
Kur është shku nuk e di,
I don't know when he left. But I met with him sometime in April 99. I am not aware of that he returned until that time. My first contact with him was in April, end of the month.
Thank you. So let's go back to the problems with Kadraku, because we've all seen the letter. As you said, I think yesterday, it's a series of complaints about Commander Drini, some about yourself. You characterized it as complaints about your manner of operating. First of all, am I right in understanding your evidence from yesterday that this is the only time you have ever seen a document in which Kadraku wrote directly to the General Staff?
po këtë dokument
Correct. I saw this document after the war. I did not see it during the war, and yes, this is the only document.
And you have, I think you told us yesterday, no evidence or information that he was reporting to the General Staff other than this document, i.e. orally or in any other way. Is that correctly understood?
unë nuk kam informacion.
I have no information and do not know about his activity or work.
Pointed out yesterday, the only reason you knew about what was happening at the brigade level was because you were Ekrem Reja and yourself were informed about it by the brigade commanders, correct?
Ekrem Reja është një
Ekrem Reja was told by the brigade commander and raised the issue at a meeting at the zone level.
And obviously, if there were conversations going on between Mr. Kodraku and anybody on the general staff that were not written but oral, two things we can establish, am I right? First of all, it can't have been Mr. Vasili because he wasn't in the country. And secondly, you wouldn't know about it even if it had happened.
Objection, compound question.
Okay, I've asked two questions.
Split it up, please.
The hypothesis, the theory that you were being asked about by Mr. Halling concerned the notion that there was a pattern of Mr. Kodraku reporting to the general staff outside the reporting structures upwards. That was the proposition that Mr. Halling was putting to you. And I think you would agree, wouldn't you, and I think you said so as much yesterday, that anything's possible, but you wouldn't know about that one way or the other, because if it was bypassing the leadership, how on earth would you know about it? Is that correct?
Zoti avocat,
So I was not aware of Chadrako's work or manner of working, but simply the information which I base on that document that we have. Nothing else. And I did not doubt as to whether he was not really working or not working appropriately, but if he has done anything like that, it was done because of lack of knowledge, out of ignorance. So really, it's about ignorance and any other elements like that. Otherwise, I do not believe that there was any other reason why we would have done that.
Side. The second thing we can be sure of on your evidence is that even if that was happening, it wouldn't have been conversations with Mr. Vasili because he was out of the country at the time that you're talking about, wasn't he?
An objection as to lack of foundation for that question.
Overruled. It's a valid question. Go ahead.
It couldn't, if Kodraku was speaking privately to members of, or someone on the general staff during the period prior to the writing of this letter, he couldn't have been speaking to Mr. Vasili because, as you've told us, he was out of the country during that time. Do you agree?
in principle, I thought.
In principle, I do agree, indeed, because Vasily was not in Kosovo at the time.
The last thing I wanted to ask you about this, because it's not, I mean, you've read the document, it's not flattering, we're not here to decide any, the court isn't here to decide any of the issues raised in the document. But let me ask you this. This is not an intelligence document, is it? It's not a document about any relevant intelligence operatives or information. It's a document describing a complaint about the workings of the brigade and the effect that that was having on Kodraku and Halit Yaha's ability to do their job as they saw it. Do you agree with me on that proposition?
Well, yes, and it is written there that is a sort of statement. It is not a report.
And then this, we talked about why a document might have been sent to the general staff directly, but this is a complaint about the zone commander, particularly, and others such as yourself who work closely with him. Would you accept from me that it would be surprising if subordinate members of staff were going to make a complaint, that they would make it to the commander about whom they were complaining? you want me to put the question a different way, or?
Ndoshta e kam kuptuar, po është
Perhaps I understood it correctly, so if you wouldn't, but maybe not, so if you wouldn't mind asking it again, please.
This has been presented as intelligence reporting direct to the General Staff. In reality, I suggest it's a complaint about Commander Drini and those immediately around him. It may be an unjustified complaint, but it is a complaint about the operative, about the leadership of the operative zone, specifically at Krem Reja. My question, therefore, to you is this. Would you agree that it's quite probable that somebody in the ranks who was making a complaint about Ekrem Reja would seek to have that complaint received by somebody than the person about whom the complaint is being made? In other words, if I'm complaining about my superior and the only person I complain to at that stage is my superior, that's not going to come to anybody else's attention. Do you understand the point? Let me put it yet one more time. There's an alternative explanation for why Halil Kadraku and Halit Yahar would have addressed this to the General Staff, which is that they were complaining about the zone commander. And they may well have taken the view, as perhaps others would, do you agree, there's no point in complaining to the person you're complaining about.
po, zoti avokat.
Yes, sir. I understood your question, but in these cases, the complaint should have still gone to the Chief of Staff, if this is a complaint indeed. But this is not directed to the Chief of Staff. But at the end of the list, several people are mentioned who are part of the team of the Pastorik Operative Zone. So in a sly way, so that the document today can have more weight precisely because of the name. So a big question mark as to whether they were aware of the drafting of this document at all.
If we looked at it another way, it was in breach of the protocol that at least it should have gone to the Chief of Staff, but as you told us, one of the characteristics of Halit Yahar and Kadraku was that they didn't seem to know the process as well as they should have done. Is that correct?
Këto janë edhe dyshimet.
These are my suspicions that they did not actually know how to do the work. So they gave themselves the right to interpret that in the best possible manner or the most appropriate manner according to them. So this is my conviction.
Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Emerson. Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Your Honour. Just as a question, are we taking a break at 10 or are we powering on through till 11 like we did yesterday afternoon? Keep on? Thank you, Your Honour.
If somebody needs a break, let me know.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Fondai. My name is Jeff Roberts. I'm counsel for Mr. Salimi, and I have about an hour to an hour and a half of questions, I think, this morning. Obviously, please keep your answers as brief and concise and respond to the questions I ask. But if anything isn't clear, please don't hesitate to ask me. Is that all clear?
Mirdita fillimisht, po.
Good morning, first of all. So yes, it is clear.
Now, just very quickly on your background. You have experience, I think, as you told my colleague Mr. Mistic yesterday, in the JNA from 1985 to 1987. Is that right?
It is. 1987 was when I left the JNA.
Joined the KLA in over June, July and August. One of your major roles was training the different units around, wasn't it?
Yes, I mostly worked in training to tell them or to train them on the operational aspects.
Quite a lack of training professionalism in KLA soldiers at that time, wasn't there? From your experience.
Yes, there was, and yesterday here I also mentioned the fact that from 1990 onwards, our chaps from Kosovo wouldn't serve in the military of the former Yugoslavia, so a considerable number of KLA soldiers had no military service, and they had even the most basic problems when it came to carrying a weapon, for instance, let alone any other elements of how to undertake any sort of activities like marching, attacks, defense, and so on and so forth.
Did you train over this period, July and August and September?
I was actually training at that stage, but first of all, I was mostly dealing with the organization of the training rather than the actual training. However, for about 3 to 4 weeks, I also worked in this regard, and then I also took upon myself to train, for instance, a platoon when it came to grenades. So I worked with them for about 3 to 4 weeks, and this is about June to July and also August. These were primarily my activities. In August, I was appointed Chief of Staff in the 123rd Brigade.
We're going to, after all, we're going to have to take a break at 10, so.
Okay, thank you, Your Honour. Yes, we'll get to your appointments a bit later. So, extensive involvement in training, and I think as you told the SPO that the need for continual military training was of the utmost importance throughout the war, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely true. Yes, I did say that, and it was true indeed. And I affirm it today.
So I just want to move now to your interactions, or the first interactions with members of the General Staff. Now, you initially told the SPO in your interview there was a group known with the name of the General Staff early on, so you said in April and May '98, and that Blerem Kuchi, who was leader of a military unit at that time, was in contact with all of them. But you then clarified that Mr. Zarapi didn't arrive in Kosovo until the month of May, and that you can't be exact with dates. So that's right, isn't it? As you admitted in your interview, you're not always exact with dates.
Yes, it is right.
SPO in your preparation session that you were not aware of any contacts Mr. Kuchi had with Mr. Zarapi before the meetings on the 10th of June. So that's P1328, paragraph 3. That's correct, no?
Yes, it is correct. And I say this because I became a member of the KLA exactly on the 10th of June, whereas my becoming a member is directly related to Blerim Kuchi, who on the very same day accompanied me to Negros, the village, and he notified those in a leadership in the general staff about what military activities had been undertaken at the time.
You don't have any direct knowledge of what happened before the 10th of June in terms of the role of the general staff. Is that fair?
Well, no, we simply had general information and unconfirmed pieces of information and mostly guessing on our side. Even prejudice, if you like, which are also accompanying us to this day, perhaps.
When you met members of the general staff on the 10th of June, that was just some members of it, wasn't it? I think it was Mr. Bashota, Mr. Krasniqi and Mr. Zirapi. Is that right?
The
day when I traveled, the idea was to meet Sokol Bashota. So my name had come up, and the idea was that I would meet Sokol Bashota to find room for me within the KLA. So that was the purpose of my going. I didn't go there to talk to any others, but the contact took place in Jakub Krasniqi's home, where Mr. Krasniqi was present. Whereas later, because of the movements on the ground, Muslim Zirabi arrived, and that day I continued my discussions with Muslim Zirabi, as well as Agim Cheda, another leader, and then I arrived at another home in Negros. I did not stay in Jakub Krasniqi's home, but in somebody else's home.
If you could just try and keep your answers as concise as possible to the questions, that would help us to move through your evidence as quickly as possible. But thank you for your extensive answer. Now, when you met Mr. Bashota, I think you told the SPA that you thought he had the nickname 10. Was that right?
Yes, I can say that. I can't say I haven't said that. But that's how we knew of him, and when I contacted him, what I knew was that I was in touch with number 10. And it was later on that I realized that it was a person by the name of Sokol Bashota.
And he was using that code, or he was referred to as that code when you interacted with him?
Again, paragraph 6 of preparation, note 1 is relevant context to this question. We'd ask that that be put as well.
He can answer a question, Your Honor. Thank you. I can repeat it if you like, witness, just for clarity.
Actually, because of the interventions, would you be kind enough to repeat the question, please?
So when, my question was, I'll be clear, when Sokol Bashota was using that code, or he was referred to as that code when you interacted with him, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Now, later on I believe the 21st or around the 21st of September 1998, you met Mr. Salimi in Abri, where he was together with Mr. Thaçi. Do you recall giving that evidence both in your SBO interview and also confirmed in your preparation session?
Po,
Yes, I do.
During this meeting that they gave you several duties to consolidate the 123 Brigade. But when this is what you told the SPO, that they gave you several duties, and I just want to be clear what duties means. Now, is it fair to suggest that it was advice or assistance they were giving you in terms of the ongoing Serb offensive at that time as to what you might need to do?
unë kam udhëtu në
I went to Abri for advice with these two individuals because I knew they were there. And that was because, to start off with, the situation was quite complicated in the area I was operated in. So I went there for consultation purposes, and I spoke to them about the ways as to how we can do the best in that situation. So mostly it was advice rather than being told about duties to do. So the interpretation as to whether they gave me duties or not, at that time they didn't give me any duties, but we communicated with each other about the problems that we were encountering back then. And mostly they gave advice. Also, sometimes they would make remarks, but mostly it was about advice as to how to act given the situations.
Order or an obligation if it was advice, that's fair, isn't it? Sorry, if you could just speak for the record. I see you shaking your head.
Yes.
So, yes, sorry, just to be clear, you're saying it wasn't an order or an obligation?
unë e prita
I was waiting for the interpretation to be completed, and that is why perhaps it looked as if I wasn't answering, but it is a yes from me.
About waiting for the interpreters to complete than I am. And you, just to be clear, as it was advice or assistance, if you had taken a different route or done something different in your role, there wouldn't have been any consequences for you, would there? If you had not followed that advice.
Sigurisht
Well, indeed, it was an extraordinarily difficult situation. So the way we would act were mostly how commanders thought it was best to do. But I was an admirer of us respecting that military line, no matter how small it was. And it was mostly out of respect and in full coordination with, that is my work, with the commanding chain or lines.
It's respect on a personal level rather than an obligation. Is that right?
po,
Yes.
When this meeting happened on the 21st of September, you were very clear with the SPO that this was the only time you met Mr. Salimi during the war. So this is your SPO interview, part 8, page 20 in the English and 24 to 26 in the Albanian. I will just quote the last bit of it, just so you're very clear with this. So talking about this meeting on the 21st of September, question, well, you said Recep Salimi was there as well, correct? Answer, yes, in September, but I haven't seen him anymore. And if I'm not wrong, I think that Recep Salimi, he stayed for the whole period in Kosovo, but I have met him once in September. So I just want to be very clear, that's right, isn't it? That's the only time you met him throughout the entire war.
me Zotin Selimi
I met Mr. Selimi, I think it was on the 10th or 11th of September, in Doberdelana village. He was there with Hashim Thaçi, and they continued on their way to Abri, and that's why I knew that they would be in Abri. Whereas the Abri meeting with Recep Selimi was the last time I was in touch with him. So I've only met him twice during the entire war of the KLA in Kosovo.
At no point after 21 September 1998 did you see him until September 1999, that's right.
No.
Yes, it is. Neither again during the war nor after the war until yesterday here.
Thank you. Actually, Your Honour, it's not a bad time now if we could have the break.
Witness, we'll
witness.
take a 10-minute break at this time. It'll actually be a few minutes more than 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 10 minutes after the hour. All right, we're adjourned until 10:10.
All rise. All rise.
You seated? Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in.
Your Honour, just as an indication, it's likely I think I'll go into the next session and possibly significantly into it, depending on the speed of his answers.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Fondai, we will continue now. Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Your Honour. Welcome back, Mr. Fondai. We were talking just before the break about the meeting in Abri, and in your SPO interview you described at the time Mr. Selimi as one of the primary representatives of the General Staff in Kosovo. Do you recall telling the SPO that?
Po?
Yes, I do.
By this point, Bislim Zarapi was the chief of the operational staff, wasn't he, according to your evidence?
Po?
Yes, correct.
Time as well.
Jo pikërisht
No. 3 or 4 days before that, he had traveled to Albania. And I was in a situation which was almost out of control, therefore I felt it necessary to go there for a meeting. At the moment when I discussed and seek advice with Recep Selimi and Hashim Thaçi, Bislim Zerapi was in Albania.
Up to there, up until that point, up until shortly before the meeting, 3 or 4 days before. And in your understanding, he was superior to Mr. Selimi at that point as well. Sorry, Mr. Zerapi was superior to Mr. Selimi at that point as the chief of the operational staff. Is that correct?
On konceptin që na kemi pas,
As we understood things, this was a high-level team that composed the highest part structure of our army, which we refer to as the central staff or later on as the general staff. Now, with respect to specifics, and in particular referring to the person in question, Recep Selimi, I did not know at the time, nor do I know today, what his duties and tasks were.
With Zerapi, in terms of superiority between the two?
sigurisht.
That's right.
The understanding or your perception of him being one of the primary representatives was because he was still in Kosovo. Is that correct?
Për faktin sa ishte në Kosovë,
The fact that he was in Kosovo does not mean necessarily that. But in fact, he was one of the most courageous, intrepid fighters who, because it was quite difficult to decide to remain in Kosovo under these circumstances in the territory of Kosovo, in particular in September.
So I understand you met with Mr. Selimi in part because Mr. Zerapi had left, is that right? You would have met with Mr. Zerapi otherwise, but as he had left for Albania, that's one of the reasons why you met with Mr. Selimi. Is that correct?
pikrisht.
Precisely. Not only with Mr. Selimi, but I knew he was together with Mr. Thaçi.
I just want to move forward now to your situation as Chief of Staff of the Pastric Zone. So that was between December 98 and you continued in that position until some point in March 99, is that right?
Fillim marsi natën.
Beginning of March 99.
As Chief of Staff?
Ne kemi qenë të stacionuar në
We were based in the village of Kasterc, which is adjacent to the village of Nishor. So when we say Nishor Kasterc, these are two villages that are almost overlapping with respect to the habitat and houses.
And as you obviously told us earlier, you didn't meet Mr. Selimi at all again until at least the end of the war.
Unë nuk e mbaj mend që e kam takuar.
I don't recall having met Recep Selimi anymore during the war.
Period as Chief of Staff, you never met him. That's obviously a logical consequence of your evidence, isn't it?
Sakt.
Correct.
Now, Nejbuddin Castrati, who you said earlier, I think, or in evidence yesterday, took over from you as Chief of Staff of the Pastric Zone. Is that right?
Po, jam dieni se
That's right. I'm aware that Najmuddin Kastarati replaced me.
Now, he has said on a previous occasion that Mr. Salimi visited every week on a weekly basis. So presumably he met him on a very regular basis as well. That would be utterly inconsistent, wouldn't it, with your recollection of your time as Chief of Staff for those 3 months from December 98 until March 99?
unë e kam respektuar Recep Selimin.
I respected Recep Selimi and I wanted to meet him, at least privately. Had I known that he was in the area or in the proximity, I would have insisted to at least greet him. But I am not aware that he ever came in Nishar during the time I served as Chief of Staff, namely in Gasterz.
It's interesting when you say that had I known he was in the area, you would have insisted to at least greet him. This is because you were obviously Chief of Staff. So you would have expected to have been told and informed, I presume, if Mr. Salimi, member of the General Staff, was visiting your zone and your area in Nishor. And that never happened during the entire time you were Chief of Staff, as you have told us. That's right, isn't it?
Unë nuk kam pas informacion.
I did not have any information indicating that Recep Selimi came to Nishar during the time I served as Chief of Staff.
If we can move on to another topic now, and that's Rahavats in July 1998. I know you were asked questions about that during the SBO interview. And you confirmed in your interview that there were military operations in Optarusha, Reti and Zachista. I can't even pronounce it. Zosiste. That's appalling. My apologies. You didn't participate in this action, though, did you? As you told the SPO that your grenade launcher unit wasn't operational until the 19th of August.
Unë me një grup të togut mina her
With a group of grenade launchers in the operation taking back Zochisht and Reti, my task was to secure the right-hand side, the road Rahovets above Zochisht, so to prevent any further attacks from Serbian forces. So I positioned myself with the group in that point. But it is true that the group of grenade launchers was used for the first time on the 19th of July. It was used in August. I apologize, it was not used in July, but in August.
Yes, 19th of August. That's your evidence, yeah?
Yes. Because we are discussing the 19th of July, in which time the grenade launchers were not used.
Document which is a military, or supposedly a report by Agim Kuchi. If we could just have that up on the screen. So that's U001-7877 in the English and Albanian, just so you can see what I'm talking about. And this is what you were shown during your SBO interview.
And Your Honors, for the record, that's P1329.
Thank you, Counsel. Now, just to be very clear on what you've said to the SBO, you already told them you hadn't seen this before. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. I saw this document for the first time during my SPO interview in 2019.
And you told them there were errors in the substance of the interview in terms of your role?
I clarified that according to the description given by Agim Kochi, my duty within the group is not accurately described.
And refers to the basically what was supposedly happening on the 21st of July, wasn't it? So several days after the fighting had started in Rahovats on the 17th of July.
With respect to this document, I believe this should be 19th of July, not 20 or 21. So this report, if I'm not mistaken, describes the same issue I discussed earlier.
Just earlier, the 19th of August, or am I mistaken?
No, it's 19th of July.
This is a couple of days, 2-3 days after any fighting started in Rahovats, and you don't know how that fighting did start, do you?
Correct, I don't know. And this is why I'm saying 2 or 3 days, because the fighting in Rahovats started on the 17th of July. And if I'm not wrong, based on my recollection, the date should be 19th of July, when we took on us the obligation under the command of Blerim Kushi to take Thaçi under the control of Brigade 123, with the purpose of forcing Serbian forces to stretch their military capabilities in the area, because at that time Rahovats was under intense shelling.
I think it was to allow for civilians to perhaps escape as well, no? Is that right?
Including that, but mostly as a matter of fact, Rahovats started resembling Vukovar in the period of time we're discussing, 17th, 18th, and several days, consecutive days. July 98.
Sorry to interrupt, but when you say resembling Vukovar, you mean that it had been destroyed utterly, similar to Vukovar in Croatia in, I believe, 1991, when shelled by Serb forces. That's what you're suggesting?
Precisely. The entire area of the town of Prahovac was under intense, constant shelling, similarly to the Vukovar that was shelled by the Serbian forces.
And the reason I asked about you not knowing the reason or how the fighting started in Rahovats is just to be clear, because in your interview you do refer to an attack on Rahovats, and for the record that's part 3, page 14. And when you say attack on Rahovats, I want to be clear that you're not suggesting, because you don't know how it started, you're not suggesting that it was a KLA attack on Rahovats. Is that correct?
Unë nuk jam në dieni.
I am not informed about the initial or first military actions, how this all started. I do know, however, that we dealt with consequences which were very severe. We were in the initial stages of forming the brigades, and we had to immediately deal with very serious military operations without having had time to consolidate the brigades. So, regardless of the fact whether it was the Kosovo Liberation Army who entered Rahovets or whether this was staged by the Yugoslav forces, what I know is that we suffered dire and severe consequences as a result of the fighting in Rahovets.
And actually, as you've explained earlier, with the shelling that was going on in relation to Rahovats, am I right in understanding there were substantial number of Yugoslav military forces in the area at that time?
Sigurisht.
Correct.
Or 17th of July as well, am I right?
Po.
Correct. They were there before. However, the fighting became more intense and after the first battles in Rahovets, so starting from the 17th and onward, 17th, 18th.
What I'm trying to make in relation to this is obviously with all of those Yugoslav military units around, wouldn't have been very sensible to have launched an attack on Rahovats, would it? Especially with limited numbers of soldiers.
Po derisa ne kemi qenë në fazën e themelimit.
Given that we were at the initial stages of our formations and preparations, unprepared, poorly armed, it is obvious that the fighting in Rahovets, we paid a big price of the fighting in Rahovets. If the operation was launched by the KLA, then this was the biggest mistake the KLA committed in that period of time. If this wasn't the case, and it was in fact staged by the Yugoslav authorities in power, they organized this very well because this was then followed by other attacks, assaults and offensives that costed us dearly.
But given obviously Bislim Zarapi's military knowledge and the situation of lack of training of troops, it certainly wouldn't have been something that you would have thought he would have ordered, for example, or even considered ordering or suggesting at that point, is it?
Unë nuk kam pas bisedë kur.
I have never discussed this matter with Bislim Zarapi. What I mentioned earlier is my opinion, which I later on saw other military experts supporting it.
If we could just go back to that document, and at the top of it, It refers to, on the 20th of July 1998 at 2300 hours, the commander of the KLA local staff, Blerem Kuchi, by order of the KLA General Staff, gave an order for the villages of Sochist and Hoce, inhabited by Serbs, to be attacked. Do you see that at the top of the document on the screen in front of you?
Po,
Yes.
By the SPO in your interview about whether Blerem Kuchi's order was issued on the basis of an order by the General Staff, to which you replied that you cannot confirm because in theory it might be correct, but I don't know. Do you recall telling the SPO that?
po ja kom thënë,
Yes, I said that, and I stand by the same affirmation because my duty at the time within the brigade was commander of the grenade launchers platoon. I did not have information regarding this order.
It might be correct. Is that merely on the basis of reading what's written in that document? It's not based on any specific knowledge you have?
jo këtë veç e bazoj në përvojën
I based this on my military experience only, which is that military orders can only come from in a hierarchical structure, not because I have any specific indication or any knowledge that the order came indeed from the higher-ups or the higher structures level.
Right. And just to be clear, this document doesn't specify the date, reference, content, or nature of this supposed order from the General Staff, does it? It's a very generic reference in that report.
sipas saj që e shohun
From what I can tell, Agim Kuch is trying to describe events in detail, but I am convinced that he was lacking in certain elements.
Now, in your SPO interview, you told them that the General Staff coordinated the efforts by your brigade to draw attention away from Rahavats, but you also confirmed that this was based only on information that you had afterwards, but you didn't know how the General Staff carried out this supposed coordination. That's all correct, isn't it?
mund të është detaje të caktume nuk po
I do not remember any particular details, but that said, what I have already stated, it was because it was based on an idea or on information, but today I cannot remember any particular details about this matter.
Told the SPO quite rightly, all you can say for sure is that you know you were part of the operation in trying to control Sochiste and Reti, and that's all. Is that a fair summary of your evidence? For the reference, that's your interview, part 4, page 4.
Nëse s'gaboj, unë e kom thënë që
If I'm not wrong, what I said was that my duty with my group, that is the platoon of the grenade launchers, so not the entire platoon, but a group of the platoon, our task was to make sure that we defended our forces from an eventual Serb attack on ours. So I do not know how it was said, but that was the purpose, the intention.
Yes, it's just to understand the limits of your knowledge of the wider context of the operation. You were limited to your own actions. Your evidence is limited to knowing what you did and what your small group did during that or those days. That's fair, isn't it?
Sagt.
It is.
Document, if we could just scroll down in both of them to the bottom, yes. And you see the last paragraph, starting with the words result. The village of Thaçi was completely cleansed of Serbian forces. Captives were taken, as were ammunition and weapons that were won in the war. Now, just to be clear, you didn't see any captives being taken in the context of this operation, did you? And that's what you told the SBO. You know absolutely nothing about any captives being taken in the operation.
Jo, zato
No, sir, I have not seen any captives. So the matter of any captives or capturing or taking any weapons or ammunition, I did not see any such thing.
You did make some reference to overhearing some other people talking about rumours, I believe, of such things, but you don't know which soldiers that referred to, do you?
zato ja pokazat nego.
Sorry, Counsel, I didn't really understand. What were you asking?
Sorry, my question wasn't very clear. You had overheard some rumours in relation to some captives, but you don't know which soldiers you overheard these from, what they were about, or even if they were rumours about other rumours, do you?
Nuk muj me pohue.
I cannot actually confirm, because during the war we've heard all sorts of words, rumors, fiction, and I mentioned one yesterday which we came up with, for instance. So I cannot say really that it was one or the other.
Yes, that's the danger of rumours, isn't it? You can't have any basis for assessing whether it's reliable or not.
Could we just get a citation from counsel of where the witness says rumors in his SPO interview?
Certainly,
Yes, please.
I will. It's not the reference to rumours. I will use the full quote to be clear for the record. This is the SBO interview, part 3, page 22. It says, so go ahead, please. So among the soldiers, they were talking about that. So I've heard about that, but I don't know anything concrete. I don't have any evidence. I don't know anything. So to be clear, it was my question which included the word rumours, which I believe the witness accepted. If we can go now on to the issue of the Guri unit, which you mentioned yesterday. Do you remember when you were drawing the areas of responsibility on the maps shown to you by Prosecution Counsel? And you referred to the Guri unit as a special battalion of the General Staff.
Po,
Yes, I do.
In this Guri battalion, am I correct in understanding that you didn't have any direct knowledge in relation to this battalion?
kam pas shumë pak.
I had very little knowledge.
Is it possible that actually this unit was part of the 121st Brigade and wasn't connected to the General Staff at all?
Mundësi shumë e vogël.
A very small likelihood. If I'm not wrong, this was part of the units that operated under the control of Admiral Limay, and then it was called the 121st Brigade. But with the formation of the brigade, if I'm not wrong, this battalion received its tasks, and it was due to act separately, and it was, I think, part of the General Staff as a special battalion.
You say you think it was part of the General Staff. You never had any contact with them. Is that fair?
I have happened to meet Commander Guri a few times, but we haven't talked to each other about who he would report to and how they were organized.
Confirmed that he was reporting or in any way connected with the General Staff. This is your understanding or assumption. Is that right?
It could be interpreted that way, but what I have confirmed, and I've mentioned that this was a special battalion of the General Staff, in other words, a battalion that reported to the General Staff rather than a particular brigade. I say this because of the fact that at some stage at the end of November, we consulted with Slim Zurabis so that this battalion would become a member of the 123rd Brigade. That said, that never happened, and that is why they continued to work as an independent unit.
There being an issue of the boundary between the Pastric and Neredim zone at the end of 1998, beginning of 1999, when you were the Pastric Zone Chief of Staff, in relation to the Guri unit.
No, I do not remember that.
Okay, because I would suggest to you, to be clear, that the Guri unit was not a battalion of the General Staff and was actually under the command of the brigades. And the only issue or the only question as to, or belief that it was independent, was because it was unclear which of the zones it fell under. And that was in part because the commander wanted to remain under the authority of the 121st Brigade, but geographically was located in the Neredim zone. Do you have any information on that at all?
So it is in the boundary of the Nerodima zone, but Brashev's village, according to the division of the zones, it belongs to the Pastric operational zone. But that doesn't necessarily mean that one takes out a ruler and issues are then dealt with by that division of the ruler, but the separation of work was also given the functions. So I am not aware of these things. I've forgotten. Perhaps I might have been informed, but have since forgotten. I do not know, basically, whether this matter was ever discussed.
I'll leave it to one side for now. We may come back later, but I just want to move to a different topic now, and that's the authority of the General Staff in relation to appointments. Now, obviously, you had long discussion with my colleague, Mr. Mistic, yesterday about the creation of the Lisi and Cheliku 50 units. And my understanding of the evidence is that those units formed themselves at the beginning of June and then merged at the end of June 1998. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, these units were established in April 1998 and continued with their operations in May, and in June they managed to establish the Suharek regional staff. But to my knowledge, they had begun their work since April 1998.
But no one had instructed them to form the units. And when they merged, Mr. Thaçi was chosen by the other soldiers within those units to be the commander, by agreement, I think, as you said yesterday.
Yesterday, I saw a document here which was submitted by Council, which I had not been aware of, but I was aware of the actions or efforts to unify these two units and the work for the merging under a single command. Whereas in relation to the document, as I stated, I only saw it for the first time yesterday.
But it was your evidence yesterday, this provisional transcript, page 90, that it was only about after 10 days after they merged that they became Brigade 123. Am I correct in that?
That's what I stated, yes. So also by guessing on my part and a bit of maths. So based on that, I stated that. And that is correct, what I've said.
You accepted earlier you were not always right with dates. Is that fair?
Yes, it is, of course.
Really just trying to assess exactly how reliable your recollection is. The document we just saw from Agim Thaçi, if we could pop that back on the screen, please. Sorry, I'll just have to go back and check the ERN. It was U0017877. Just actually in the first line of that, this is obviously talking 21st, 22nd of July. This is still referring to the KLA local staff, isn't it?
Yes, it was local staff. In July, right? It says July here. So in July, if I'm not wrong, then yes, because it says here 20th of July. So if I'm not wrong, the command of the brigade was formed according to this document. Actually, maybe we should go back and have a look. I think it was the 7th of July, 98. Yesterday, I think there was something by council to that effect.
Which is obviously purports to be a document from Mr. Thaçi, refers to the unit as the local staff. It doesn't refer to it as the 123 Brigade, does it?
Yes, that's what we see written there. Yes, what you're saying.
Or 21st of July. And similarly, if we could just have P1342 on the screen, which is a document, again, you were shown yesterday by Prosecution Counsel. This is the request from the Dukagin operational staff. And this document, for the record, is dated the 28th of July, 1998. So again, much later than the 7th of July. Again, no reference to Brigade 123 there, is it? It's still a request to the local staff, the Suareka staff.
You're correct. Yes, that's what the document states.
Would you accept that the formal creation of Brigade 123 could potentially have been much later than the 7th of July, as you suggested yesterday?
In my mind, I thought that the first brigade was formed on the 7th of July, but perhaps it would be good to have that document back to see when the brigade was formed. So this is about the establishment of the staff. Perhaps I've got the two mixed up.
The reason I'm trying to ask these questions is to be sure as to what your evidence is in relation to the date of the creation of the brigade. And I would suggest that your evidence that it was 7th of July is mistaken, and that the formal creation of the brigade was significantly later than that. And is that something that you accept as possible or likely in light of what I've shown you?
That we have made mistake, one can tell. Somebody has made a mistake here. It's either me or Ramush Haradina or perhaps Agim Kuche. One of us has got it wrong.
Actually, sorry, I've just been alerted to it. Mine's frozen. I'm not quite sure what's been captured from the last few questions and answers. Apologies, witness, if you just bear with us for a few minutes.
It seems to be going again now.
Okay, I'll just try and... Okay, if you can just complete your answer, and maybe you had...
I believe he did complete his answer.
Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't tell whether it had been recorded on the transcript fully or not.
Certainly ask him, yeah.
Your answer was, to my question, was that we made a mistake. One can tell someone has made a mistake here. It's either me or Ramush Haradinai or perhaps Agam Kuchi. One of us has got it wrong. Was that your complete answer to my question? Just for the record.
No. Whoever has written it down, they're less likely to have made it wrong than the rest of us who are speaking from our recollections. And in this case, I would be wrong.
So you accept you could be wrong about that date?
I could be wrong. I don't quite know. I mean, it's 25 years later.
There's no criticism implied from my questions. I'm merely trying to verify the evidence that you're giving. In relation to your role later on as head of Brigade 123, you were based in Brezhansk for that time, were you not?
Yes, I was.
Then, from 10th of June up until you were appointed in the beginning of October, where were you based?
During that time, too, the command of the brigade was in Nishar rather than Kaster, sorry, because I got that wrong. But I usually operated in a Rashtan area.
Okay. And so, until you changed your position in March 1999, when you finished being the Chief of Staff of the Pastric Zone, you were located the whole time in the Pastric Zone, from the 10th of June up until 10th of June 1998 up until March 1999.
Yes, primarily the region of Sohereka Commune, the village of Nishar.
And I think you told Mr. Misetic yesterday you had very little information about the other zones, about what was happening in the other zones. Is that right?
Yes, it is right.
So just to be clear, where you say in your SPO interview that you believe the General Staff had effective control over who served in command positions in the KLA, at its very highest, this understanding could only apply in relation to your zone. It couldn't apply in relation to any of the other zones. That's fair, isn't it?
Po zoti
Council, one would actually start off from one's knowledge. So what was my rapport with the General Staff? And other commands had perhaps more frequent communications than I did, or perhaps even less so. Again, I wouldn't know either way. So these answers of mine are based on my own experience and my experience alone.
When you make these statements in relation to the General Staff, you're talking about Brigade 123 in the period October-November, when you were the brigade commander. Is that right?
sigurisht.
Of course.
Your Honour, this is actually a convenient time. Thank you very much. Thank you, witness. I'll see you again in half an hour.
Witness, we'll take our regularly scheduled break at now, and we will be back in court at 11:30. You may leave the courtroom with the usher at this time. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in.
Just for planning purposes, I think I should be somewhere in the region of 45 minutes.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Fundai, we will continue with your examination. Mr. Roberts will be asking more questions. Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
That's a good start. Thank you, Your Honour. Hello, Mr. Fundai. So we would just like to, I'd just like to ask you some questions about reporting to the General Staff by the brigades. And just to follow on from, I think, what you were saying just before the break, obviously your knowledge is most directly related, isn't it, to the time that you were the brigade commander of 123 Brigade between around the 8th or 10th of October until the end of November. That's correct, isn't it?
Po.
Correct.
Now, first of all, in your interview, you talk about reporting from Blerencucci to Bislim Zarapi before Blerencucci left for Albania. So this was in August or September, early September of 1998, is that right?
Zotri avokat, formën e raportimit që ka
The form of reporting of Blerim Kuqi to Bislim Zirabi, I don't know. However, during that period of time, I saw Bislim Zirabi on several occasions in the framework of the brigade, where the regional staff was initially operating and then Brigade 123. So I am assuming that during this period of time they had a regular communication. But I am not aware of the form or content of their communication.
That's helpful. So it's an assumption that there was reporting based on the fact that they were together, but you didn't see Mr. Kuqi formally reporting to Mr. Zirapi during that period.
jo nuk e kam pa.
No, I did not see. I was not present during his reporting.
And also, you told the SPO that the brigade commanders received orders from the general staff. So for the reference, that's the SPO interview, part 3, page 6. But again, am I correct that your understanding or that your evidence in relation to that is only your brigade? So only in October and November? Or are you suggesting that you have direct evidence that other brigade commanders received orders from the general staff?
Jo, unë çdo herë ato deklaratën që
My statement is based on my experience and my work as a brigade commander. At a later stage, the brigade commanders reported at the zone level, not at the level of the general staff. This is the period of time, January, February 99.
Of staff of the Pastric zone, and all of the brigade commanders in that time reported to the zone commander, Commander Drini, Ekram Raja.
sakt.
Correct.
But before this time, so in October, November, just to try and understand your evidence, is your evidence limited to the fact that you believed you received orders from the general staff, or are you saying that you have knowledge that other brigade commanders received orders from the general staff?
Në fazën e nëntorit,
In the time period in November 98, the brigade commanders reported to the general staff and they held regular weekly meetings. I attended 2 or 3 of these meetings with other commanders of the brigades in the Pashtik operational zone.
më falni, I kemi
I apologize. We reported to Salih Veseli, who was deputy of the chief of the general staff.
To get to, when you talk about the general staff, I think it's important that we're clear as to who you're talking about within that. So you're not obviously talking about Mr. Salimi because you've been very clear you never saw him again. So any reporting or information that was provided at that time was to Salih Veseli. Is that your evidence?
ne kemi referu në drejtori
We reported to the operational directorate of the general staff And during this period of time, these meetings were chaired mostly by Sali Veseli. Again, I did not meet Recep Selimi during the war, with the exception of those two occasions I mentioned.
Sorry, I've been warned by the interpreters to wait in between responses. I've been not very good at it so far. So to be clear, you don't know also what what Sali Veseli did with the information that you provided to him.
Këto nuk e dini çka ka bëu, por nuk më pasën
Now, do I know what he did with it? I was not the person in a position to know why he needed this information, what he would do with it. I understood that the information reporting we provided to the general staff were of an operational nature, which then would be reviewed and dealt with by the chief of staff, who would then have a clear picture of the state of the affairs within the army and take the necessary steps.
But you don't know that for sure, that was provided to the rest of the general staff?
nuk ka qenë jam
It was not for me to deal with this issue. I had enough work to do in my position, so I wouldn't have had time to deal with matters that were supposed to be dealt with by other people.
And just in relation to when you talk about other brigade commanders, because you were asked about Jamal Gashi in your interview, he had already left for Albania in September, had he not? September 1998.
Sakt datat nuk
I do not know the exact dates, but I know that he was in Albania in October, and I also know that he came back in November.
Okay. And your appointment as the Brigade 123 commander, this was obviously at a time when there'd been a huge Serb offensive over the course of the summer, and I think you told my colleague yesterday about the devastation that had caused to KLA forces in the area. That's right, wasn't it?
emrimi jam
My appointment occurred after the offensives and the defeats we suffered at that time.
And that had obviously caused quite a lot of disruption within your brigade because of certain people leaving to Albania and obviously other soldiers who'd been killed during that offensive.
sigurisht që pa
Of course, there were losses, extraordinary high casualties, but also material damage and destruction, both in the army equipment and civilian structures.
Okay, if I just want to move on to a last topic now, which is the Military Police Directorate. And because you were asked some questions about a specific document in your SPO interview that I believe you had made on the 10th of November 1998 to the KLA Military Police Directorate because of an incursion by people representing themselves as military police and under the command of Uk Gegai to requisition a Land Rover which was under the authority of the 123rd Brigade. Do you recall that interaction in general terms?
Po,
Yes.
According to the request that you produced on the 10th of November 98, these military police who entered Nishor had a signed decision by Uk Gegai, who you believed was a member of the military police of the General Staff. And that order was to place the vehicle at the disposal of the 121 Brigade. Is that right?
në bazë të asaj që unë e kam lexuar,
From what I read last week, the content of that document, it is true that Uk Gege was part of the Brigade 121, but he uses a stamp which is from the military police of the General Staff of the KLA.
Document up so you can see on the screen, and then I can ask you some more questions about it. So this is U003-3360. The Albanian is IT03-66P29. And I believe it's a prosecution exhibit that my learned friend is about to remind me of.
Well anticipated. It's P1332, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, just to be clear, you mentioned in your SBO interview, and I believe again in cross-examination, that the director of the Directorate of Military Police in the General Staff was not able to issue orders to you as a brigade commander throughout the war, or was not able to issue orders to you. That's what you were very clear about. Is that right?
realisht kështu është.
In fact, this is how it should have been. And I did not receive orders from the Directorate of the Military Police.
And you could ignore, therefore, any order that had have come, because that was not one that you were obliged to follow. As a brigade commander, to be clear.
Gjithsesi, po me siguri.
Yes. In any event, I would have informed the Chief of Staff reporting this interference from unauthorized persons.
Of that logic, the Military Police Directorate couldn't have issued orders to military police units within the zones, could they? Because it would have usurped the authority of a brigade commander.
This is how it was supposed to be, should have been, and as a matter of fact, this is how it functioned during the time I was with the brigade.
To this document specifically, you said to the SPO that it was a falsified document by Mr. Gegai and not signed by Mr. Limai. And this is your interview, part 8, page 14. Now, is it your understanding of this incident and this document that Mr. Gegai may have thought that stamping a document with the Military Police Directorate stamp could have given it greater legitimacy?
Sigurisht. Prandaj
Yes. And during this incident, I took this document, which Rugega calls a decision, and based on it, I filed a complaint and sent a copy of this decision to the Chief of Staff, Bislim Zerabi.
It could simply have been, therefore, Mr. Gegay acting completely independently. Could it not?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
unë nuk I di, realisht tash
I don't know. Perhaps it's better to ask Ugege about this. I don't know. What's important is the fact that the document bears the signature of Ugege and the stamp of the military police of the General Staff.
Just in relation to the Military Police Directorate, you were very clear in your preparation note, so that's preparation note 1, P1328 at paragraph 39, that no one announced when the Military Police Directorate was created. You were not in the military police and you do not know exactly when it was established. So simply because this document bears a purported stamp of the Military Police Directorate doesn't mean that you were aware that it actually existed and functioned at the date of this document, are you? Or does it?
Në bazë të shkresës, këtu është e
Based on the document, we have here the full content of the decision. It reads that the Kosovo Liberation Army Brigade 121 Agim Çelej Tsoli. This brigade changed its name afterwards, but initially this was its name. It's called Decision. I don't need to read the entire content of this decision. It says that they have some sort of authorization to come and requisition this vehicle. And as I mentioned, I prevented them from taking the vehicle. And however, the decision contains the stamp indicating that this comes from the military police of the General Staff of the KLA. And this is the reason why I filed a request with the Directorate of the Military Police to inform them about this issue and reprimand or make remarks to the person in question.
You don't have any direct knowledge that the Military Police Directorate was actually functioning, Military Police Directorate at the General Staff was actually functioning at the date of this document, the 10th of November 1998, do you? As you said in your preparation session with the prosecution.
Pej pozicionit sotit nuk muj me spekuloj.
I cannot speculate from where I stand today whether I knew at the time or not.
Thank you, Your Honours. I was actually a bit quicker than I had planned, but I've finished my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Ellis,
Thank you, Your Honour.
cross-examination.
Just a moment. I think it's still good morning, witness. My name's Aidan Ellis, and I'm representing Mr.
Good morning.
And Your Honours, for planning purposes, I think I will at least go till lunch.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you. Mr. Fonda, I want to go back, if I may, to Negrots on the 10th of June 1998. And you've said, I think, that your intention was to go there in order to meet with Sokol Bishota, and it was Sokol Bishota who explained to you how to become a member of the KLA. Is that right?
Ditën e 10 qershorit
On the 10th of June 1998, I went to Negrots with Blerim Kuchi, who had had prior conversations with Sokol Bashota regarding me joining the Kosovo Liberation Army. This was the purpose of my visit, in order to join and become a member of the KLA.
And you weren't intending to meet Jakub Kuznici. He just happened to be there because one of the meetings happened at his house. Is that right?
No, my intention was not to meet with Jakub Krasniqi, but with Sokol Bashota, in order to join. But the meeting was, in fact, held in the house of Jakub Krasniqi, where I met him. Now, I take this opportunity to say that his entire family was serving the cause of the war, and I must add that I had a meal there. His family members were not obliged to prepare a meal for the Kosovo Liberation Army members, but they did, and I shared a meal with them on that day.
Thank you. And this would be around the time when the decision was taken to appoint Jakub Kuznici as the spokesman for the KLA. Yes?
Dëshmin e Nuhi Bytyqet e kum përcjell.
I followed the evidence given here by Nuhi Bytyqi. And it results from this that Jakub Krasniqi gave his first statement sometime on the 14th of June. I remember this from the testimony of Nuhi Bytyqi. Otherwise, I don't know. I did not know before, or I have forgotten.
Now, you said yesterday in answer to Mr. Misetic, I think, that you didn't have any information at the time about what Mr. Bashota's position or post was. Do you recall that evidence yesterday?
Nuk e di.
I don't understand, I don't know. However, Mr. Bashota had a leading position, and I was expecting him to organize and integrate me within the army. We discussed this matter with him. He said there's no specific position for you right now in the army, but wait, and we will find a position. This war was a guerrilla war. At that time, I was not able to give my contribution to this guerrilla war. However, at that time, the Kosovo Liberation Army and some units like Lisi Çeliku 50 started being stationed units, building barricades in specific parts. So following the conversation with Sokol Bashota, he suggested that I could go and help Blerim Kuchi, and this is what I did.
Could we have on screen, please, P00847 in both English and Albanian? And if it assists, it's SITF 00243 and it's the third page, at least in the English translation. If you could scroll down, please, in the English. Witness, do you remember in your interview with the prosecution in 2019, you were shown a copy of an interview that Azam Sula had given?
Po,
Yes.
Just read to you a line from that. He said, "So my deputy Sokol Bishota was placed at the head of the General Staff, who carried out both duties until the period between the two meetings in Rambie." Do you recall seeing that passage, witness?
Këtë dokument e kom pa pra në 2009.
I saw this document in 2019. I hadn't seen it before. Therefore, I'm not aware of its full content. I did not read it. But excerpts used during the interview with the SPO are in the transcript of my interview.
That has said in interview, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with that, would you, as to Mr. Bishota's position?
Ju nuk du më lëshuar në
I do not wish to express myself in relation to this matter because I don't know.
Now, after you met with Sokol Bishota, at that point you also had a meeting with Bislim Zarapi, is that right?
po të njëjtën.
Yes, on the same day, it was in the afternoon, that I met Bislim Zarapi. And it was that evening that we spent together, and I will mention it again, Bislim Zarapi, Agim Chere, and myself, in a home inside the village where I stayed overnight. And the following day, in Jakub Kresnici's home, so I returned to Jakub Kresnici's home, and then from there on, I went to Semetisht in Suarek.
When you mentioned, I think, Blarim Kuchi notifying those about military activities, that would be to Sokol Bishota and Bislim Zarapi, correct?
Well, yeah, Blarim Kuchi was in touch with Sokol Bishota up until the 10th of June. On the 10th of June, I contacted Bislim Zarapi for the first time. To my knowledge, he was in Kosovo at the end of 1998, thereabouts. So, Blarim Kuchi, I don't believe that he would have met him, Bislim Zarapi, before the 10th of June. But Blarim Kuchi's contacts with Sokol Bishota and other leaders of the then time of the KLA.
I see. And this occasion was your first meeting with Jakub Kresnici, wasn't it? I'm sorry, I'll put that again. Prior to the 10th of June 1998, you hadn't met Jakub Kresnici.
Nuk e di që e kam të...
I do not know that I had met him before. I think I got to know him as of that day. That was the first day.
Now, when you were answering questions from the prosecution in that interview in 2019, you said that around March, May 1998, Bloem Kuchi had contact with Jakub Krasniqi. You were not a part of any contact that Bloem Kuchi had with Jakub Krasniqi at that time, were you?
Nëse kum thonë, nuk...
If I have said that, I do not know what information I based that on. But I think the idea was that it was with the leaders of the KLA. Whether I've said it, I do not know. I think today I can say that that was a mistake.
Now, you confirmed yesterday, I think, that Bloem Kuchi was part of the LDK and that he was working within the parallel state in Suhareka as part of the Financial Council. Is that right?
Po.
Yes, yes.
Were you aware that Jakub Krasniqi was the chair of the LDK in the municipality of Glogoc, and that he also worked within the parallel state at that time?
Jam I njoftu.
Yes, I am aware.
Bloem Kuchi and Jakub Krasniqi knew each other from their work within the parallel state, didn't they?
Nuk isha lëshu në diskutim.
I do not wish to enter into that sort of discussion because I do not know, but I can only guess that they did.
Witness, and of course, if I ask you something that you don't know, you must say that you don't know, of course. But Bloem Kuchi was with you when you went to Negrots that day, wasn't he?
Po bashkë
Yes, he was. We traveled together. But once again, let me reiterate to meet number 10, whom later I found out was Sokol Bashota.
Bloem Kuchi was with you when you had a meal with Jakub Krasniqi's family, wasn't he?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I cannot remember the particulars, but we had both lunch and dinner there in his home. And that house was simply, I can't describe it here, really. I can't put it into words. So it was a hospitable home and who gave extraordinary contribution to us. And that is why it has given me emotions. I became emotional when I thought about it again.
Hospitable home to welcoming both you and Bloem Kuchi to the home, correct?
Not just the two of us, though, but many, many other soldiers and other members of other structures of the KLA and of other people who would just go past that path.
Now, you have known Bloem Kuchi, I think, since your school days. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I have. I have known him from grade 1 of primary school. So I was about 3 years older than him because he attended school with my brother on the same class.
1998, he was an influential figure in the Suhareka area, wasn't he?
Yes, of course. He was a hard worker.
and the Lisi unit and later Brigade 123 itself were growing in numbers in part because of Bloem Kuchi in those early days.
Yes. Other than the contribution of Bloem Kuchi, this is also about the character and personality of Ugbe Tuche. These two were people of the highest authority in Suhareka at the time, who have given an extraordinarily great contribution to the war effort for the liberation of Kosovo.
Now, I'm going to move to ask you some questions about Bloem Kuchi's arrest in the January of 1999. You were... Now, I'm going to ask some short questions, which it is the case that you could answer yes or no, and we can move through it, witness. You were not physically present when Bloem Kuchi was arrested, were you?
No, I was not.
Know who arrested Bloem Kuchi or who ordered his arrest, do you?
I do not know.
You never spoke to Bloem Kuchi himself about his arrest or his detention after he was released, did you?
No, I never spoke to him.
You were interviewed by the prosecution in 2019. You told them that it was Jakub Krasniqi who invited Bloem Kuchi for his consultation. Do you recall that?
I may have said that because I was in regular contact with Ekrem Reja, so he asserted that Bloem Kuchi and Najmuddin Kastrati and Ekrem Reja went to the General Staff by invitation of Jakub Krasniqi for consultation purposes. And it's then that the detention of Bloem Kuchi happened. So this was the information I had, and that's why I may have said that.
Witness, are you okay to continue, or would you want a break at that point? I saw you taking a tissue.
No, I can continue.
Now, you, of course, weren't present at that, at any consultation between Drini, Najmuddin Kastrati, Bloem Kuchi in Divyaka, were you?
No, I was not.
No, what was that? You don't know what was discussed at that meeting, do you?
Realistically speaking, when Ekrem Reja returned from Klečka and Divjak, he was frustrated, and we couldn't even hold a conversation.
Are you aware that Najmuddin Kastrati has said that the meeting discussed issues like the boundaries of brigades and issues relating to training courses for battalion leaders? Were you aware of that?
No, I am not aware of that at all, about the conversation they had.
Very well. And after you had heard that Bloem Kuchi had been arrested, you wanted to know what had happened, and you spoke to different people about it. That's right, isn't it?
Ndoshta më shumë jo, po me disa.
Perhaps not with many, but I did speak to a few.
Clarified in your preparation session with the prosecution last week that you don't remember if you spoke to Jakub Krasniqi directly about Blahim Kuchi or if someone else told you what Jakub Krasniqi had said. That's right, isn't it?
Vërtet nuk më kujtohet.
I really do not remember.
You said in your interview that Jakub Krasniqi, he stated later that he was not aware of the fact that Blahim would be arrested. Do you remember that?
Diçka sikur
Something like that, like we say, it's a bit vague, but I think so, but I'm not sure.
Do you recall speaking with Bislim Zarapi about the Blahim Kuchi case?
me Bislim Zyrapin po.
Yes, I discussed this with Blerim Zurapi in detail, and I told him that Blerim Kuchi's case needs to be clarified because he did not desert, and that there is a mistake in interpreting his case and his arrest because Blerim Kuchi just back then it was very clear the help that he had given to the KLA.
Did you know that Bislim Zarapi was in communication with Sokol de Bruyne about the Blahim Kuchi case?
Nuk I di.
I do not know the details, so how they were organized or how they acted. I mean, the general staff. I do not know that.
But you knew at the time that Bislim Zarapi was the chief of staff, correct?
Sigurisht do e di.
Of course, yes, I did know that.
The reason you went to him would be because he was chief of staff, correct?
Po.
Yes. But it was also that I gave a statement. I reiterate this. I gave this statement before Sokol do Bruyne, so that is why I claim that he was a prosecutor and not a judge in Blerim Kuchi's case.
And no doubt you thought because Bislim Zarapi was chief of staff, he was in a position to do something about the Blahim Kuchi case, correct?
Unë kisha bindjen se
I was convinced that Bislim Zarapi's statement had to be decisive for Blerim Kuchi's fate.
andaj edhe
And that is why I communicated with Bislim Zarapi, clarifying in detail his going to Albania.
Now, could we now have on screen, please, P1344, which was SPOE 0023264. Now, witness, you'll recall you were shown this document by the prosecution both yesterday and last week, and I think you confirmed that you hadn't seen this document until you were shown it by the prosecution. That's right, isn't it?
e vërtet.
Yes, it is.
Go to the final page of the document, please, towards the bottom. Now, I see the name at the bottom, Arbin Sadiu. Is that a name you were familiar with at the time, witness?
Io
No, I was not. And I'm really surprised to see this.
And you wouldn't know who prepared this document or when it was typed, would you?
io nuk
No, I do not know. And I say it again, I really am surprised to see this.
kut
And it just seems
me atë hiç
like in Hitchcock's movies.
Now, if we go, please, back to the first page. Towards the, underneath the proposed there. If we could scroll down in the Albanian, please. Now, you said yesterday in the transcript, at provisional page 32, that Ekrem Reja informed me then that I had to go to Klečka for a statement regarding Blerem Kuchi. And you then clarified that it could be true that you went upon the request of Blerem Kuchi's defense counsel. This document appears to be saying that the General Military Prosecutor wanted to subpoena you to attend the hearing. Did you actually receive a subpoena from the Military Prosecutor to attend the hearing? To attend a hearing?
zotëri avokatën edhe ne
Counsel, I wish to repeat once again that I responded to what Ekrem Reja said, that I had to go to the General Staff and actually in Divjak to give a statement to the prosecutor of the Kosovo Liberation Army on the Blerem Kuchi case. When I went there and gave my statement, I gave my statement to Sokol Dobrun. I gave that statement before him, not the prosecutor whose name is found on the other page. In this document, I mean, which is in front of me.
And I see that this document refers to the criminal offence of arbitrary desertion of duty specified in Article 29, Section 1 and 2 of DLP of KLA. Are you able to help with what Article 29, Section 1 and 2 of DLP of KLA relates to, witness?
jo nuk
No, I'm afraid I can't. I can't get into this because I have forgotten, and even if I knew, I don't know today. I do not believe that I ever had access to this document, even if it existed.
And you say even if it existed, you were not aware that documents of this type were being produced by the KLA at that time, correct?
pikërisht të dashur ta them.
Exactly that. That's what I wish to say.
It could be, in your view, it was created later. Is that what you're saying?
S'kam pas qase ndonë
Well, I didn't have access to those. I do not know whether they ever existed or whether they exist to this day.
But when you went to Divyaka, it was to Sokol de Bruyne that you gave your statement. That's right, isn't it?
Sakt, prezent ka
It is right. Blerim Kuch's counsel was there, present, and somebody keeping minutes.
When you say Blum Kuchi's counsel, is that Agron Berisha?
sakt.
Correct.
Could we now have on screen P1345, which was SPOE 00231841? Now, again, this was a document that you were shown in the course of your evidence yesterday, and again, it's a document that you didn't see during the conflict. That's right, isn't it?
Jo, këtë dokument e kom
No, I saw this document last week with the prosecutor.
And you wouldn't be able to say who wrote it or when it was written, would you?
s'jam vjeni.
No, I wouldn't. I'm not aware of this document.
If we go to the bottom of the page, sorry, the bottom of the second page, the final page, sorry. There isn't a name on this document, it's just signed by the defence. Do you, or it's just typed, the defence. Do you see that?
Po të
Yes, I can see that on the screen. It just says the defense, but nothing else other than that.
In your preparation session last week, one of the things you said to the prosecution was that very few people in the KLA actually had a computer at that time. That's the position, isn't it?
po.
Yes, it is. Yes.
A computer available, it would be shared between anybody who wanted to use it, correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
The prosecution's case is that they seized both this document and the previous document from the same workstation. Could it be the case in the conditions at the time that the prosecution and the defence were working on the same computer? Witness?
Gjithçka është e mundur.
Anything and everything is possible, but please spare me. I do not wish to get into this discussion because I have no knowledge of it whatsoever, and I cannot possibly guess either way because I really have no evidence either way to say whether this is accurate or not.
No. Now, you've confirmed that you spoke with Bislam Zarapi about this case. Did Bislam Zarapi tell you that he consulted with Sokol de Bruyne about it?
Momentin kur unë e kom dhënë dëshmi,
When I gave my statement in the premises of the command of the staff. On that same day, I met Bislim Zurabi, and Bislim Zurabi, if I'm not wrong, had known that I gave the statement to Sokol Bruna, so he should know that my statement was given to Sokol Bruna. And on the same day, we communicated and asked him to be vigilant and be very careful indeed in Blerim Kuchi's case.
Is that the only communication you had with Bislim Zerapi about the case?
No, there were other occasions when we talked about it. But this is quite a case because it's about my giving a statement to the prosecutor, the KLA prosecutor, and to my recollection to Sokol Bruna.
I just want to read to you a passage from Bislim Zerapi's evidence on the 5th of June 2013, which for those following is SITF 00393-427 to SITF 00393-456, and it's page 393433. But I'll just read it to you. It's about Sokol Bruna. And Bislim Zerapi said, I remember several cases where he came to seek advice and act further, in particular the case involving Blerim Kuchi. And the prosecutor asked, what do you remember about this case? Bislim Zerapi, I remember in relation to this case having had consultations with him about this case before the bombing regarding KLA soldier who had made mistake and were under the military court, and to release them and send them home and to deal with these prisoners after the war. So were you aware that Bislim Zerapi had those kind of communications with Sokol Bruna?
No, I am not aware of conversations that Bislim Zerapi and Sokol Bruna have had in relation to this case. I am not aware of these.
But is this consistent with the nature of the discussions that you had with Bislim Zerapi?
I don't recall, but we communicated on several occasions on which I insisted for him to exercise care and caution to bring justice and to avoid finding guilty and punishing or sentencing a person who's giving his best contribution to the war effort. This is absurd and painful to have someone who's giving his best contribution to the war and then being accused of being a deserter.
Your discussions about the case were then limited to what you said to Sokol Bruna, the statement that you gave to Sokol Bruna, and your conversations with Bislim Zerapi. Is that right?
Yes. However, we discussed other matters with Bislim Zerapi because we knew Blerim Kuchi personally. Therefore, the conversations were somehow informal.
And of course, you know that Blerim Kuchi was ultimately released around towards the end of March 1999, yes?
Me fillimin e bombardimeve
With the start of the bombing campaign, Blerim Kusi was released, returned to his position, and continued giving his contribution to the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Thank you. We'll move away from that topic now, witness. I want briefly, if I may, to go back to the role of Bislim Zerapi. Now, you've confirmed, I think, in answer to well, you've confirmed a moment ago, you understood Bislim Zerapi to be the Chief of Staff of the KLA, correct?
po
Correct.
And there were occasions, I think you said, when you went to Divyaka to report to Bislim Zerapi, is that right?
ka pas rast
There were rare occasions, but yes, I met with Bislim Zerapi.
How I understood correctly that after November of 1998, there was a building in Divyaka for the Operations Directorate.
po ka qenë një shtëpi
Yes, there was a building, and inside this building there was a room which was called the Room of the Operational Directorate.
And I just want to talk about some of the people that you met there. You met Sali Vaseli there, I think you gave his name earlier.
po
Yes,
kryesisht raportimet to
and we mostly reported to Salih Veseli, especially in November, our reports from the brigade level meeting.
And Sali Vaseli was another experienced military officer, wasn't he?
po
Yes, he was.
And you saw Naim Maloku with the Operations Department as well, didn't you?
gjatë fazës së janarit
In the course of January, yes.
He was somebody who had studied with you in Zagreb. He was another person with a military background, correct?
po
Correct.
So when you're speaking about reporting to the General Staff, it's in fact reporting to Mr. Zerapi, Mr. Vaseli, or somebody within those military people in the Operations Department, yes? Sali Vaseli, sorry, I just said Mr. Vaseli.
brenda drejtorisë operative
Within the Operational Directorate, following the military line. This is how we reported as brigade commanders.
And you were asked yesterday by Mr. Misetic about which members of the General Staff you were in contact with in around October 1998. I just want to be very clear, you were not reporting to Jakub Kuznici at that time, were you?
nuk I di në tetor 98
I don't know, in October 98, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Krasniqi was not even in Kosovo. At least I did not meet him.
In Kosovo at that time, but what you can say is that you didn't meet him or contact him in that period, correct?
do të evokat falënderës në vretje
Thank you for your remark, Counsel. I recognize my mistake. I did not see Mr. Jakub Krasniqi in October or November.
And you wouldn't have been reporting to Jakub Krasniqi because you understood the reporting line to go to the Operations Directorate, correct?
Sigurisht.
Correct.
Could we look together at P1331, which was U0006605? And do you recognize that as a document that you prepared?
Po, është
Yes, this is my document.
It's handwritten because you didn't have access to computers at that time, correct?
po,
Correct. I did not have a computer.
Effectively as a list of the locations of Serbian forces. Is that right?
po.
That's right.
And it doesn't give the numbers or the strength of the forces in each location. It's just identifying by description where they are. That's right, isn't it?
Kemi pas lëvizjen e tyne, nuk kemi
We followed their movements. We didn't have precise information or intelligence. Therefore, we haven't included any numbers. I reported in writing here the information available to me.
So when you speak about reporting to the Operations Directorate, this is the kind of information that was being reported, isn't it?
kemi raportuar në lidhje me
We reported on the situation in the brigade, the number of soldiers. Other aspects related to our requests, our needs at the brigade level. And of course, one of these aspects is the Serb forces positioning in the municipality of Suhareca. So all aspects involved in the brigade.
I want to go back then to the role of Jakub Krasniqi. And you knew from mid-June 1998 that he was the spokesperson for the KLA. That's right, isn't it?
Nga mjetet e informimit publik,
From the public information means media, we realized that he was the spokesperson of the KLA. We did not learn this through any information circulating within the KLA.
Now, when you were interviewed by the prosecution in 2019. You told them that Jakub Koznici was a deputy commander of the KLA at the time when Blum Kuchi was arrested. And my question is that something that you knew at the time in 1999, or is it something that you learnt later?
Për funksionin e zëvendës komand
With respect to the position of deputy commander, I learned when I was chief of staff in the Pashtik operational zone. With the appointment of Suleiman Selimi as commander of the Kosovo Liberation Army, it was mentioned that the deputy commander was Jakub Krasniqi. I learned this in the course of April, not when I was the chief of staff, but when I was acting in the directorate of the operational sector of the General Staff, Training and Education Center, which was in April 99.
Well, so in January 1999, and in fact during the whole period you were chief of staff in the Pastrik zone, you didn't know that Jakub Koznici was a deputy commander in the KLA, correct?
po nuk
Correct, I did not know. With respect to him being deputy commander, as I mentioned, I learned this in the end of April, and I was given this information by Ekrem Reja Drini. Until that moment, I did not know.
Okay. Now, you know that Jakub Koznici was part of the delegation that went to the Rambouillet negotiations in February of 1999, correct?
po
Correct.
And then there was a second round of negotiations in Paris, wasn't there?
nuk I di detajet, nuk
I do not know the details of it. I don't recall them, but I do know that he was our representative in the talks in Rambouillet and other meetings.
Now, Jakub Koznici didn't return to Kosovo after the negotiations in Paris, so he wasn't in Kosovo in April and May 1999, was he?
Unë nuk e kom taku.
I did not meet him because I erroneously said before that he was not. You indicated that he was, so I do not want to make the same mistake again. My answer is I did not meet him.
See him in April or May 1999, correct? In Kosovo in April or May 1999.
Jo, pas
Correct. After he went to Rambouillet, from February, I don't recall having met Mr. Krasniqi anymore.
Now, could we then have on screen, please, from your interview with the prosecution, it's P1327.9. In the English, page 26, line 9, and in the Albanian, page 34, line 3, beginning at line 3. Now, I just want to read through that passage with you, because you said there that in February 1999, the discussions in Rambouillet started. The zone commanders and the members of the general staff, they held a meeting in the village of Likots of the municipality Skenderai, and there they decided that the general commander of the KLA could be Suleiman Salimi. This is why he refers to him as the first commander, so he accepts that there were changes in the structure. Question, yes. Answer, this happened, yes, on the 7th of February. Question, thank you. Answer, and then during that meeting, the deputy commander was Jakub Krasniqi. They wanted a second deputy and they proposed Sokol Bashota, but they couldn't approve it. And so the meeting was over. Now, do you recall giving those answers to the prosecution back in 2019, witness?
Yes, I do. I received this information from Ekrem Reja, Commander Durini, who attended the meeting and explained to me exactly how the meeting unfolded. Again, in April 1999, when I communicated often with Ekrem Reja on many topics, we had enough time because we were both in Yezerts. One is in the municipality of Shtime,
I follow. So,
and the other in the Verizai.
So this is a meeting which happened in, you say, on the 7th of February, which you learnt about in April from Drini, Ekrem Reja. That's when you're in Yezets. Is that right?
Right.
Jakub Krasniqi couldn't actually have been at the meeting on the 7th of February 1999 because he was in Rambouillet, correct?
Correct.
Could we have on screen, please, P182? And it's beginning at page SPOE 00226-397. And if now, just to be absolutely clear, you were not at the meeting that you're describing in February 1999 because it was a meeting for zone commanders, correct?
Komandantët e zonave dhe
Zone commanders and the staff of the general staff.
You were not at the meeting yourself, correct?
unë në takim nuk kam qenë, po kam
I was not present in the meeting, but I was in the proximity of the venue of the meeting. I was carrying out other tasks, which is training soldiers to use anti-aircraft equipment.
Screen are notes which have a date of the 6th of February 1999, and we have the names Ramesh Haradinai, Mustafa, Ekrem Reja, Suleiman Salimi, And then we have, further down the page, 2 representatives of the General Staff. I'm going to suggest to you this is probably the note of the meeting that you're talking about, isn't it? We've got zone commanders there, we've got representatives of the General Staff there, and Ekrem Raja, as you've said, was there.
Just objection as to the foundation for this witness to answer that question.
Overruled. You can answer if you know.
It's the same meeting. I don't know why I have this date of the 7th of February in my head, but it's the day when our delegation started the talks in Rambouillet. We said it before. This document is accurate.
No. No, we can agree, I think, that in the course of this meeting, the zone commanders decided to appoint Suleiman Salimi as the new general commander. That's right, isn't it?
Detajet rreth takimit nuk isha dashur.
I wouldn't want to discuss the details of the meeting. Perhaps it would be better to request or ask this kind of information from the other attendees of the meeting.
I can hear that. Go ahead.
Test. Can you hear me?
Pra për specifikat se si ka rrja takimi dhe çka është bisedë.
I am not in a position to talk about the details of the meeting because these are things that I have only heard from other people.
Did you hear that the zone commanders questioned whether Jakub Kuznici was the right person to be deputy commander at that meeting?
No. I was only informed about the fact that Suleiman Salimi was chosen as a commander. And when the deputy commander was proposed, it was said that we have already deputy commanders and the name of Jakub Krasniqi was mentioned. Then they were looking for a second deputy commander. The name of Sokol Bashota was proposed. I don't see his name here, but I think he was present. I'm not certain. So his name was mentioned, but it was not approved and the meeting ended. These are the words of Ekrem Raja. Anything else I say would be guessing.
2 deputy commanders, one for operations and one for support. Is that something that you were aware of?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
That Jakub Kuznici was appointed deputy commander for support at a meeting on the 12th and 13th of November 1998.
Yes.
No, I'm not aware of this information. I don't know.
And in fact, the discussion at the meeting on the 6th of February 1999 was about removing Jakub Krasniqi and Sokol Bishota as deputy commanders, not about appointing them.
Nuk I di detajet.
I do not know the details. I already said what I know.
And after those meetings in February 1999, you didn't see Mr. Krasniqi again until after the war was over. That's right, isn't it?
Nuk më bëj mend se të jem taku.
I don't recall having met Mr. Krasniqi, including after the war, let alone during the war.
Your Honours, that would be a good moment to break. I see the time. I have, I think, 15 minutes, maybe a little bit longer to go.
Witness, we will break for lunch now. We thank you for your time. Please go with the court usher, and we hope you enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back here at 2 o'clock. Or, I'm sorry, 2:30.
Thank you.
All rise.
All rise.
Please be seated. Madam Court Officer, or Court Usher, you can bring in the witness. Welcome back, Mr. Fundai. We continue on with Mr. Ellis's questions, so please give him your attention.
Good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon.
I have, I think, about 10 minutes left, so it'll be relatively short from me this afternoon. I want to ask you first about an incident you were asked about by the prosecution involving Abdul Rahma. And I think you said in your preparation session last week that you did not talk to Abdul Rahma about what happened to him, and all that you know about this comes from Abdul Rahma's nephew, Destan Berisha. That's correct, isn't it, witness?
Yes, it is correct.
And in 2019, when you spoke to the prosecution, you told them that Destan Berisha was still living in Suhareka, correct?
Paul.
Yes, indeed.
Whether the prosecution went to speak to Destin Barisha or not, do you?
No PD.
No, I do not know.
Let's move to something different. Could we have on screen P00641, please? You were shown this document by the prosecution in your preparation session last week, and your response was that you had not seen this document before. That's right, isn't it?
Ever did.
Yes, it is.
From the preparation session last week, it was U000-5139. This is another document, isn't it, that you had not seen until the prosecution showed it to you last week, correct?
Sucked.
It is correct.
And you said that this list reflects what documents should have been in a brigade, but a majority of the brigades did not have all these documents. That's right, isn't it?
Paul.
Yes, it is.
You had very little from this list when you were the 123 Brigade commander. That's right, isn't it?
Sucked.
That also is right.
And although work was done to prepare such documents, you do not know the extent to which these papers were actually ever collected, correct?
Ne came for nosh.
We worked hard with documents, but this complete set, no, I couldn't manage to do that because I was in the Pastric operational zone.
Sometimes these sort of documents reflect what you would have liked to have, not what you necessarily had in practice, correct?
Paul.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, just a moment. Thank you, I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Redirect.
A brief one, Your Honor. Actually, just before commencing, the document that's on the screen now, this is something that we would eventually like to tender for admission into evidence. Does the defense have any objection to that, given the exchange in court just now?
Well, the exchange was that the witness hadn't seen it before and doesn't know to the extent to which anything on it ever happened. And
Let's just go on with your redirect.
Very well. It's one topic, and it should be quite brief. Witness, I just have a few questions for you now. A lot of other questions I could have potentially asked were clarified in the subsequent cross-examination and your admitted evidence. But I would ask if the court officer could please pull up P1327.8, and it would be page 21 in the English and page 26 in the Albanian. Witness, as that's being done, do you recall your testimony from earlier today that when you went to Negros on June 10, 1998, you were put in touch with number 10, a person you later learned as Sokol Bashota? Do you remember that evidence?
Paul.
Yes, I do. Yes, I think I have stated that.
And for the record, this is pages 23 to 24 of the real-time transcript. It was said again on page 61 of the real-time transcript. Witness, I'd like to take you to part of your statement now that's on the screen. You did say in your SPO interview that you understood Sokol Bashota to be known as 10, and this is in P1327.1, page 16 in the English. But then later on in the interview, you say this. Question, what was Recep Salimi's pseudonym, code name? 7, but I don't know. I'm not sure about his pseudonym. And then you're asked, so is it fair to say that as of October, sorry, please go ahead. And then you answer as follows, 7 or 10, because there is one more name, Sokol Bashota, and I don't know who of them had which number. So one of them had the 7 and the other the 10 in their code name, but I'm not sure. Witness, are you sure that Sokol Bashota was known as 10 when you went to see him at Negrots in June 1998?
Në fazën kur e kom
When I gave the statement in 2019, there was so much and to say, and of course I was a little confused about the numbers. But in the meantime, and given the conversations we had last week and this week too, I can say, and it is quite clear for me, that number 10 is Sokol Bashota.
Why don't we go to what you said last week? This is P1328 in paragraph 6. Witness, this is what's recorded from your preparation session. Sokol Bashota was referred to only by number when you met him at Negrots, but you are not good with numbers and forget what number he referenced. Is that correct?
në fazën
Indeed, we discussed this, but back then I didn't remember, but now I remember that it was about number 10. Sokol Bashota's number was 10.
So, as I understand it, this was not information that you knew of the time of your SPO interview in 2019. Is that right?
kam qenë konfuz.
I was confused. I was confused, really, and I've mixed up these concepts. But nonetheless, now I am convinced that this was about number 10 and it is about Sokol Bashota.
Witness, the readback of your preparation note was on 21 June, last Friday. Is that right?
Po,
Yes.
So your confusion as to this number was still persisting as of last Friday. Is that right?
po mundet me qenë
Well, yeah, it could be. It could have been on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but in the meantime, I remember now, and I can say with the greatest responsibility that it is about Sokol Bashota being number 10.
baron që shtu mu I gati me u përcaktue me shumë.
And yes, I can say this with conviction.
Well, if you are as convinced as you are now, then what was Recep Salimi's number?
Tash del
And now it turns out that it's number 7, but I'm not quite sure.
So it turns out that it's number 7. On what is that based on?
nuk e di.
Well, I don't know, but I know that some of the members of the general staff were identified by numbers. I cannot say this basing it on anything particular, but I am convinced that his was number 7.
So, witness, as I understand it, you just said in response to my question that you don't know, but you are nevertheless convinced. Is that right?
That's what I said. And these concepts have gradually come back to me. These are notes or information that has come back to me at this stage while being here in the court.
Said you don't know. With a simple yes or a no, do you know Recep Salimi's number that he used during the war? Just a yes or a no.
I cannot remember exactly, but now it seems to me that it is number 7, but still I'm not sure.
Witness, with a yes or a no, did you know Sokol Bashota's number that he used during the war?
Sokol Bashota was identified by the number 10.
Witness, I put it to you that there is no explanation for why between Friday and now you would gain this much certainty on this fact. What do you say to that?
Inject as argumentative, Judge.
Overruled. You can answer.
I'm told that the transcript is paused for the moment. Oh, it's just come back. Witness, would you like me to repeat my question?
No, the question is quite clear. That said, I have had sufficient time to think about these matters. And since my being here, so today is the 8th day, I have done nothing else but try and recollect the issues of the then time, what happened during the war, and it is as a result of that that I have now got this recollection in my memory.
Your Honors, the witness's answer is his answer. We have nothing further.
Thank you. Judge Barta, do you have some questions?
Yes, thank you, Judge Smith. Unfortunately, I cannot see the witness right now. Maybe that can be changed. Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Fondai. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, I can hear you, but I cannot see who is speaking, though.
I'm participating on Zoom. Maybe that can be changed as well, so that you can see me. Good afternoon.
That's fine, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Fondai, the panel has a few more questions for you, which we believe are necessary to better understand your evidence. And my first questions are about your personal meetings with Mr. Thaçi. If I'm not mistaken, you told Mr. Misetic from the Thaçi defense yesterday that you met Mr. Thaçi 2 or 3 times in 1998. And for those following, I'm referring to page 17061, line 22 of the provisional transcript. Do you remember saying this yesterday to Mr. Misetic during your cross-examination?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Thank you. And you also said that all of these 2 or 3 meetings took place in October and November 1998, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can you tell us again where the first of these meetings took place? Was that in the village of Marali, as you said yesterday on page 17062, line 10 of the provisional transcript?
Po.
Yes, it was.
And you met Mr. Thaçi there in the courtyard of a private house. Is that right?
Në Marali
In Marali is about the second or the third meeting. The first was in Fshatiri, New Village.
Thank you. I will come back to that in a moment. You also said that apart from Mr. Thaçi and yourself, at the meeting that took place in Marali, only Mr. Fatmir Limay was present. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Fonda. You told us earlier this morning that you already met Mr. Thaçi together with Mr. Recep Selimi in September 1998. Is that right?
Po.
Yes, it is. It is right.
How many times did you meet Mr. Thaçi in September 1998? You can remember that.
Dy herë.
Twice.
And when you met Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Recep Selimi for the first time, how did you know that the persons in front of you were in fact Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Selimi?
Takimi me
The meeting with them was in Doberdelan, and they were accompanied by Bislim Zurabi and some other members of the command of the 123rd Brigade. So the information I obtained from them too. Amongst them, there was the commander of the 122nd Brigade, back then Agim Kuchi.
Kuqim.
So Agim Kuchi introduced me to Recep Selimi. I didn't know Recep Selimi before, so for the very first time, we said hello to each other in Doberdelan village. It was around the 10th of September. Whereas Hashim Thaçi, I knew beforehand.
And how did you know Mr. Thaçi? Did you meet him personally, or did he?
Jemi takuar në situata.
We had met in war situations before, but the circumstances in which we met, I cannot remember.
Thank you. And did you know, when you met Mr. Selimi for the first time, what position Mr. Selimi had within the KLA? I think you said earlier today, and this is on page 29 of the real-time transcript, that you did not know him at the time, nor do you know it, or that you did not know that at the time, nor you know it today, especially what his duties and tasks were. Is that correct?
Po, so.
Yes, it is correct.
So is it also correct that you don't know now that Mr. Recep Selimi was allegedly the Inspector General of the KLA from at least July 1998 onwards? You're not aware of that?
No, I do not remember this detail. Perhaps I knew it in the past, but I do not know that.
You said perhaps you knew it in the past. So is it possible that you forgot that he was the Inspector General of the KLA from summer 1998 to be more precise, from July, at least July 1998 onwards? Is that possible?
Faktin që ju
The fact you mentioned, I never knew, but since you mentioned it, something still tells me that it could have been something, perhaps a piece of information I once knew, but I have forgotten about that piece of information.
Mr. Fonda, just to be clear on that point, I'm not saying that Mr. Salimi was in fact the Inspector General. I said he was allegedly the Inspector General. So there's an allegation that he was the Inspector General or became Inspector General in July 1998. But this is just for clarification. My next question, if I may, Mr. Fonda, is the following. Do you know how Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Salimi came to the meetings you had with them? Did they come by car or on foot?
nuk jam informuar.
I do not have information about these details, but I do know that they had come from a region of the 124th Brigade. And Beslim Zurabi stayed in Dobrodelan, whereas Recep Salimi and Hashim Thaçi they were accompanied by our soldiers, and they went towards Drenica operational zone.
That would have been my next question. Apart from Mr. Bislim Sirapi and soldiers of Brigade 123, were the two, Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Salimi, accompanied by other soldiers or other members of the KLA when you met them?
Kur unë jam taku
When I met them, I do not recall anybody else being with them. But from then on, they were accompanied by our soldiers.
So they didn't bring their own soldiers, for example, with them?
me sa mbaj mendon
From what I can remember, they were not accompanied by any soldiers.
Understood. Thank you. My next question is the following. Can you remember what Mr. Thaçi was wearing during the meetings you had with him? Was he wearing a uniform? And if so, can you describe the uniform? Or was he wearing civilian clothes?
po munduhem me
I am just trying to recollect that, but I cannot remember the particulars, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Can you remember whether Mr. Thaçi had a weapon? Was he carrying a weapon?
kam bindjen që armator
I am convinced that he was armed.
And could I ask you to remember, if possible, what kind of weapon he had?
nuk jam I sigurt.
I am not sure, but it could have been an automatic rifle. We refer to it as a Kalashnikov.
Thank you. And what about Mr. Salimi? Did he wear a uniform? And did he have a weapon? If you can remember that.
Nuk më kujtohet.
Again, I cannot remember because the meeting with Recep Salimi was in the courtyard, and at that moment, up until we were contacted, at least he didn't have a weapon on him. So I do not know about what weapons he had, if at all any.
And what about a uniform? Was Mr. Salimi wearing a uniform?
Më duket që ka qenë
I think he was in uniform, but I am not sure though.
And what about Mr. Serapi? Was he wearing a uniform?
På
Yes, Bislim Zurabi, I remember, was regularly in uniform.
And coming back to the meeting you had with Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai in Marali in October 1998, could you please tell us again briefly how it came to the meeting and what happened? Was that the same meeting where you got the position as commander of Brigade 123? Or was it a different meeting?
مرة posted
Being given the position, that happened in another meeting beforehand in Shatiri, whereas this was a meeting after that, when Hashim Thaçi asked me there for consultation purposes and to coordinate our efforts with other units of other brigades that acted in that region. So I had an invitation, but I did respond to the meeting with a little bit of a delay, and when we met in the courtyard of that home, there was a bit of a reprimand as to the delay, but it was a situation of war, and I couldn't react immediately at that particular hour that was required, but I responded with quite a bit of a delay instead. But it was there that we talked to each other, standing there in the courtyard of the home I mentioned.
So the meeting, just to be very clear on that point, the meeting where you received the general order to attack Serb positions from Mr. Thaçi, as you said yesterday, was a different meeting. That meeting was later than the meeting when you were appointed commander of Brigade 123, right?
Yes. This occurred in the village of Marali in October. I don't recall the exact date. But in any event, this was after I was communicated the task of the position of commander of brigade.
Thank you. And did you know at the time of the second meeting with Mr. Limai and Mr. Thaçi, did you know what role or position Mr. Limai had in the KLA at the time, if any?
Natko Fatmir Lima
At that time, Fatmir Lima was the commander of Brigade 121. I know this for certain.
Do you know whether Mr. Limai later became a member of the KLA General Staff?
Po Mavon Kando
Yes. Later, he became director of the Military Police Directorate, and he was replaced in his previous position by Haji Shala.
And do you know when Mr. Limai was replaced and when he became a member of the KLA General Staff or the head of the Military Police Directorate?
Nukum Kuitoan
I don't recall the dates or details of this, but in my opinion, this occurred in November 98.
Mr. Fonda, when you wrote the letter or the request to the Military Police Directorate, I'm referring to Exhibit P1332, on the 10th of November 1998. Did you know that you were writing this request to Mr. Limai in his capacity or in his position as the head of the Military Police Directorate?
If I'm not mistaken, I directed my request to the Directorate of the Military Police, but not to a person as an authority. I understood that I didn't know at the time whether Fatmir Limai was the head of the Military Police Directorate or not.
Yes, this was actually my question, whether you were aware that you wrote the letter to Mr. or the request to Mr. Limai as the head of the Military Police Directorate. I'm aware that you didn't mention Mr. Limai in the letter, but were you aware that you were writing to him or not?
I don't know. I don't know. But again, the letter was sent based on the information in the stamp of the document.
I'm asking Mr. Fonda specifically because, as you just confirmed a few minutes ago, that Mr. Limai was commander of Brigade 121, and if I remember correctly from the letter was referring to problems you were facing with members of Brigade 121, or at least the vehicle that was seized should have gone to, or should have been transferred to a brigade and used by Brigade 121. This is why I'm asking.
This is how it happened. However, I sent my complaint, my notification to the Military Police Directorate because the document bore the stamp and the person in question told me, I quote, "I have an order from the military police." So these were the two elements that guided me in filing the request through this line.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Bonner, you also said yesterday to Mr. Mishetich from the Thaçi defense that, I quote, all directors or of directorates or directorates the KLA had at the General Staff were advisors to the Chief of Staff, and in their role as advisors, they advised the Chief of Staff how to formulate an order, end of quote. And for the record, this is from page 17065 of the provisional transcript. Do you remember saying this yesterday?
If I said this, I meant how it should have functioned, based on my knowledge and my comprehension of the military structure. Now, I am not in a position to affirm whether it did actually function in that way or not.
You mentioned that in connection to, or in the context of discussing Mr. Limai's position, new position as head of the Military Police Directorate. And my question would be, or my next question is actually, does this also apply to Mr. Thaçi? Was he also only an advisor of or to the Chief of Staff in his position?
Po në fjalorin ton ushtarak
In our military terminology, the chief of staff is the person who's number 3 in the military hierarchy. Number 1 is the commander, then the deputy commander, and the number 3 is the chief of staff. In our organization, if there was a different structure, that would be a different matter.
And assuming that Mr. Recep Selimi was indeed the General Inspector or Inspector General of the entire KLA, would he also be an advisor or should be an advisor to the Chief of Staff
në
in that role?
në princip po.
In principle, yes.
But you're not saying that Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Selimi were indeed advisors of the Chief of Staff in September 1998 or October 1998 when you met them?
Po unë nuk e di saktë.
I do not know the exact way they conducted their work. In principle, I'm saying that based on my knowledge and what I learned in school, they should be within the or under the responsibility of the Chief of Staff. However, in September and October, the Chief of Staff was referred to as the head of the operations, Chief of Operations, not as the Chief of Staff. Therefore, during the mentioned period of time, somebody else might have as well be the Chief of Staff.
You just mentioned a school. Are you referring to the military school of the former army of the army of the former Yugoslavia?
Po.
Yes.
So did that army also have directorates and a general staff?
Ushtria Jugoslave?
The Yugoslav army?
Army, yes.
Po sigurisht që Ushtria Jugoslave.
Of course, the Yugoslav army had its staff.
Tash pjesa mbretërisë.
Now, I do not know exactly the internal organization, but it should be the case. There were sectors with perhaps different denominations, but they certainly had them.
Also a political directorate?
Në ushtrisë jugoslave nuk I ka dashur.
The Yugoslav army did not need to have a political directorate because they had the government and other state organs. We are talking about April when the provisional government was formed and the director of the political directorate moved to become so as you form the government structures and state structures, many positions change and become unnecessary.
Thank you. And one last question on that topic. Can you just mention for the record who the Chief of Staff within the KLA General Staff was at the time, that is in September and October 1998? Was that Mr. Bislim Sirapi?
ende në fazën e shtatorit
In September, he was still referred to as Chief of Operations. Perhaps until the beginning of October. Later on, he was known as the Chief of Staff. Now, the exact date when this transition happened between Chief of Operations and Chief of Staff, I do not know.
Thank you. My next questions are about the investigations against Mr. Blair Mkuchi, and considering that my colleagues might have more questions about this later, I only want to know the following. In your SPO interview, this is part 7, page 21, and also in your preparation session, you said that you believe that you were questioned by a prosecutor, namely Mr. Sokol Dobruna, in the presence of a defense counsel, Agron Berisha, and a note taker. Is that right?
po.
That's right.
Could you please explain how you knew that the person in front of you was in fact Mr. Dobruna? I'm not talking about his function as a prosecutor or as a judge. I'm talking about his identity. Did you know him from before?
Po, Sokol.
Yes, I have known Sokol Dobruna for a long time, since 1990.
And my last question is on this topic. Are you aware of other cases or investigations or trials led by Mr. Dobruna or another KLA prosecutor or judge against non-members of the KLA or civilians who were accused of having collaborated with the enemy?
Nuk jam në dieni.
I am not aware.
Thank you. Do you know who was responsible for dealing with such cases or suspicions? Who was investigating such cases? Who was arresting suspects, etc.?
Po, realisht, çka thash për sa
If we're talking in principle, then this within the military structure would be the police or the intelligence or counterintelligence sector. Now, in practice, in reality, were there cases or not, I cannot say because I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Fonda. My final questions pertain to an individual you described in your SPO interview as one of the spokespersons of the KLA, namely Mr. Adem Demaci. And I'm referring to part 7 of your SPO interview, page 33, line 1. First of all, have you ever personally met Mr. Demaci during the war? And if so, where, when, and on what occasion?
Jo, unë me Adem Demaci.
No, I never met with Adem Demaci during the war.
And is it still your evidence that Mr. Demaci was one of the spokespersons or spokesmen of the KLA?
Këtë informacion e jap në pastas.
I'm giving this information based on the fact that this was also communicated in the public media.
Mr. Von, I'm asking that question because we have heard several times in this courtroom that Mr. Demaci was maybe the most important person, if not the true leader of the KLA. What do you say to that?
Unë nuk kom pas informacion.
I did not have more information than what I said.
Let me nevertheless ask you two more questions, final questions. Do you know whether Mr. DiMaggi was a member of the KLA General Staff in 1998 or 1999?
Jo, nuk e di.
I don't know.
And are you aware of any military orders or instructions, either specific or general, given by Mr. DiMaggi to KLA forces during the war? Have you ever seen or heard of any such orders or instructions?
Udhëzime të cilat I ka
Instructions that he gave in his capacity as a spokesperson, yes, so those that went through the media. And one of the elements that I mentioned yesterday as well is when he asks for the army to organize and move into a guerrilla warfare.
Was that an instruction, an order, from your point of view?
udhëzim
An instruction, because in addition to that, the purpose was to make those who were busy with other tasks available. So this was a proposal, not an instruction, to have these people and for the army to move into a guerrilla warfare.
Thank you, Mr. Fonda. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Barta. Rather than break up the next series of questions, we'll take a short break, a 10-minute break at this time, and come back to the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Yes, I'm not sure if it's just me, but the temperature in the courtroom seems to be rather high this afternoon. Thank you.
Can you check that? Have somebody check the temperature.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. All right, Mr. Fondai, we will have some more questions from now from Judge Mitro.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, Mr. Fondai.
Good afternoon, Judge.
I'd like to follow up with a few issues that were already raised with you. The first one is about the chronology of what happened to Blerim Kuchi from the moment when he returned to Kosovo in early December of '98. And I understood you to suggest that he had left Kosovo for Albania on or around the 10th of September and had come back on the 3rd or 4th of December '98. Is that right?
është saktë.
That's right. Blerim Kuchi went on the 9th or the 10th of September and returned in the beginning of December.
And I understood you to suggest, and correct me if that understanding is incorrect, that he came back with a group of other fighters, some of whom had arrived shortly before him. Is that correct?
Jo, zoti gjykatës,
Your Honor, he came together with them. But during the trip, the travel, he was left a little bit behind. But the organization and them coming inside the territory is the result of the work of Blerim Kuchi and my work.
And did I understand you correctly yesterday? I understood you to suggest that Bislim Zirapi had facilitated the return of Blerim Kuchi's return to Kosovo. Did I understand that correctly?
No, I am not aware of having said something similar. When it comes to the role of Bislim Zirabi, I mentioned yesterday that he was aware, informed of the organization and the arrival of the soldiers from the Ministry of Defense inside the territory of Kosovo.
And did I understand your evidence correctly that when Blerim Kuchi came back in early December of 1998, he came back with an appointment order from Halil Bichai as Pashtric Zone commander. Is that correct?
në bazë të informacion.
Based on the information I have, which I cannot perhaps demonstrate, based on the conversations, when Blerim Kuchi left for Kosovo from Albania, he was as a commander of the operational zone of Pashtric. The deputy commander was Suleiman Kolçaku. However, during the trip, they exchanged their positions. Suleiman Kolçaku took the position of the zone commander and Blerim Kuchi as a deputy commander. This is information that I have no proof to substantiate them, but I do have such information.
But you'd agree, I suppose, that if Mr. Kuchi presented himself as the would-be commander of the Pashtric Zone, there was already a Pashtric Zone commander, Ekrem Reja, at Drini, correct?
Zoti gjykatës janë
Your Honor, this matter is a bit more complicated. In this period of time, Ekrem Reja was also in Albania. He was not in Kosovo. He entered Kosovo on the 14th of December. And it was known beforehand, I knew that he would come in as chief of staff, as a zone commander, because I was given this information by the chief of staff, Bislim Zirabi. The issue of Blerim is that he did not introduce himself as a commander when he came back from Albania, nor did he introduce himself as a deputy commander. He arrived and he knew that according to the military agreement, the appointments were made by Bislim Zurabi, so he was not claiming any position. He was then positioned in the Brigade 123 as a commander of a sabotage and reconnaissance company, which went by the name Kitarat Company.
Here, from what you've just said, Mr. Zirapi did not consider that Blerim Kuchi had been appointed by anyone of relevance to become the commander of the Pastrik zone. Is that correct?
I mentioned it yesterday that the agreement reached by Halil Bizay from the Bukoshi government and Bislim Zurabi as the chief of staff of the KLA. One of the points of this agreement said that the appointments within the KLA in the territory of Kosovo were made by the chief of staff, Bislim Zurabi, and that all appointments made in Albania are only temporary until the arrival on the ground. Then these would be replaced by the appointments made by the chief of staff. So this was part of the agreement and this was how it was implemented.
Can we see now the next step in the information we have about that, Exhibit P1104? I'm going to try so that you understand what I'm going to be asking you to do. I'm going to try to go through the chronology of certain events around Mr. Blerim Kuchi in the later part of 98 and the early part of 99. First, I'll ask you to read this document. Take a minute, sir, and we'll scroll it down so that you can read the totality of it. Please let me know once you're done.
Yes, I did read it.
The page for the benefit of the witness, please, in both languages. So let's go back to the first page, please, and as you can see from the face of this document, it appears to be the record of a meeting of the General Staff of the KLA in Divjak on the 29th of December of 1998, and it purports to be the agenda of that meeting. My first question is, are you aware that such a meeting of the KLA General Staff took place on that date in Divjak?
No, I am not.
So I want to look at a few items that are scheduled for discussion there. The first one is under number 1. It says issues related to the organization and creation of structures, parentheses, especially in the Pastrik area. And if we can just turn the page for a second. You can see in the middle of that page, it says also that it's about reviewing the command structure of the operational zone of Pastrik. Do you see that?
Paul?
Yes, I do.
First question is, were you consulted, you personally, or to your knowledge, anyone else from the Pastrik zone about the KLA General Staff having discussions about the structure of your zone and your command structure? Did they tell you that they were discussing these things?
At this time, the zone commander was Akram Reja. If he were aware, that's an entirely different matter. But in relation to what I see here on the screen now, I see this for the first time, and I have no information whatsoever, and I had no information whatsoever.
I take that to mean that Drini never told you that he had been informed of these discussions. Would that be fair?
I do not know. Perhaps we did discuss it, but I cannot remember. There's something about this type of topic. I do not believe he would have told me.
Let's go back to the first page, please. Now, among the topics it discusses is the case of a Serbian released in Lap. Do you know about the case of a Serbian police officer by the name of Goran Zbilic? Do you know of any such case?
No.
Next item on this agenda is the case of Blerim Kuchi, who is being described here on the 29th of December as a deserter. And it's said here that he's later appointed commander of the Reconnaissance Company of the 123 Brigade. Is that the position you understood him to have been appointed to at the time?
At the time, in December, he had the task of the reconnaissance commander in the 123rd Brigade.
Were you informed, and I suppose you will give me the same answer as before, were you, or to your knowledge, Drini told that the case of Blerim Kuchi, parenthesis deserter, was being discussed at General Staff level in late December 1998?
Blerim would have told me, rather Akram Reja would have told me, but I do not know that he was informed at all. Of course I was not, but I doubt he knew about this matter.
And he did not tell you, Drini, that is, that he had been informed of a decision to arrest Blerim Kuchi following that meeting, correct?
No, because had Akram Reja known that Blerim was the target or under suspicion for arrest, then he wouldn't have gone with him in Divyak on the critical date.
Thank you. And can we turn the page one last time, please? Here it refers at the top to the case of Ukpitici and Issa Morina, and you've told us who they were yesterday. I just have one follow-up question on that. Is it correct that sometimes in January and over the following month, Ukpitici, Issa Morina, and when eventually released, Blerim Kuchi would all become part of the 123 Brigade. Is that right? In different capacities.
Ukpitici, Issa Morina were from the outset, from June, up until the end of the war, a part of the 123rd Brigade. Blerim Kuchi, there were a bit, he was away for a bit, but it is a fact what you mentioned, and then he was the commander of the reconnaissance company.
On this document is it refers to the case of Kilai Krasniqi, Kilai-Krasniqi. Do you know what this refers to?
With respect to the Kilai-Krasniqi case, it could well be the case, well, a little bit, because it was the end of December, and in the framework of the 122nd Brigade, two parallel commands were established, and each called the other illegal. And as I mentioned, at this time, there was an intervention by the Pashtric Operational Zone Command, and they established the command of Brigade 1, and we managed to reconcile them, the command. So I think it is about this matter. If it is something else entirely, I do not know.
Well, thank you for that, sir. Now, the next thing we know about, and that you've told us about in relation to Blerim Kuchi, is that he, Nekshmedin Kastrati, and Drini are being called in for a meeting at the General Staff on the 16th of January 1999, correct?
Yes, they went to the General Staff, but the exact particulars, what type of invite it was or how they got there, I do not know. And you are confirming it now. That is the date. I cannot possibly, I have no reason to oppose it.
In a second, sir, but did I understand you correctly that Drini told you they had been called in for that meeting by Jakub Krasniqi?
Yes, he did say that.
The registry, please bring up exhibit P1105, please. Thank you. Can perhaps the document in the Albanian be shrunk? Thank you. Perfect. My first question, sir, is have you ever seen this document before?
No.
So just looking at it with you, it looks to be, it's entitled Order to Report to the General Staff, and it's made to the attention of the Pashtric Operational Zone Commander, Drini at the time, and it says that pursuant to work regulations of the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff, I issue this ordinance in English, and it calls in the Pastric Operational Zone Commander Drini and the 123 Brigade Commander, as well as Blerim Kuci, to report to the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff on 16 January 1999. It makes it clear that this ordinance is obligatory, and it's signed by Jakub Krasniqi as Deputy Commander, and it's signed. Now, is that first consistent with what Drini told you at the time he had been ordered to do?
From what I can remember, Ekrem Remeja said that there was an invitation, not an order. But in the other paragraph, it says that this ordinance is of an obligatory nature. I think it's actually a bit preposterous, absurd, because any type of orders are obligatory, aren't they?
Did Drini tell you who, other than himself, Nekshmedin Kastrati, and Blerim Kuci, attended that meeting on the 16th of January of 1998?
I cannot remember the details.
Remember which members of the General Staff, for example, were present during that meeting, according to what he told you?
I cannot remember. I simply know that Ekrem, when he returned, was really frustrated. He could hardly say a word. Emotionally, he was in a bad way.
Is it fair to assume that he was upset because of the arrest of Blerim Kuci?
Yes, it's precisely because of that. That's what I meant.
To the arrest in a second, but first I want you to look again at this document. It's signed as deputy by Jakub Krasniqi as deputy commander of the KLA General Staff. Do you know why it's not Bislim Zirapi who wrote that order?
I do not know, but it does seem to be odd, because there's no protocol number on this document.
Do you think it is possible that Bislim Zirapi did not want to have anything to do with the arrest and imprisonment of Blerim Kuci from what you discussed with him?
Your Honour, I apologise for objecting to a question from the bench, but it is important. This is a document that the witness has not seen before, that he's being asked to speculate about matters that he doesn't know. He's now being asked whether Bislim Zirapi did not want to have anything to do with the arrest and imprisonment of Blerim Kuci, when the document in front of him says nothing about arrest or imprisonment.
I'll reformulate, Mr. Ellis. I think you have a point. Now, when you talk to Bislim Zirapi after the arrest, did he tell you whether he agreed or approved of the arrest of Blerim Kuci or disapproved of it?
I cannot remember the details of the way or what explanations he gave, but I do know that he too was taken by surprise when Blerim was arrested.
Told by Drini, and you can see from this document that it seems to corroborate Drini's account that the order was made to attend by Jakub Krasniqi. My question is to the military men in you, why wouldn't the chief of staff, who I understood you to say was generally dealing with this question. Why weren't Drini, Castrati, and Cucci called in by Bislim Zirapi, if you know?
I have no information whatsoever about that. However, logically speaking, commander, deputy commanders, in terms of the hierarchy, are one. So the commander, two deputy commanders, and then the chief of staff. So the deputy commander comes above the chief of staff, hierarchically speaking, in the military.
So if I understand that correctly, the deputy commander could basically make any order that the chief of staff would be in a position to exercise and more, correct?
Yes, and that is why I said what I said. This document doesn't necessarily mean that it came from the chief of staff. Nonetheless, there could have been a written document by the deputy commander or the commander themselves.
Thank you. Can we please see now Exhibit P1106? And I'm trying, to the extent we can, sir, to go in chronological order here. And I'll give you a second to read the document, and then I'll ask you a few questions. Is it large enough for you to read, sir?
No, it's okay. Okay, I read it.
That's the next step we know of in this process. It's dated the 16th of January of 1999. It comes from the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff Military Police. It has a number 5-99. It's being sent to the military prosecution of the KLA. It's called a report. It's signed by the authorized person, Fatmir Limay, and it pertains to the accused, Blerim Kuchi, and it explains that on the 11th of September 1999 he has committed the criminal offense of desertion provided in the Military Criminal Code, and then it goes on to describe the facts. My first question is here, were you aware that at the time the Kosovo Liberation Army had a military criminal code?
I am not aware of the documents that the General Staff had. I am not aware of those.
Criminal offense of desertion within the KLA at the time?
Desertion as a term in itself, yes, but for it to be classified as a criminal offense, I do not know. But in terminology, yes, but here there are several flaws. Although it says here a law graduate before the name of Fatmir Limay, I'm no lawyer myself, but in this document I find plenty of scope for debate.
Well, I'll ask you about some of that debate, and please feel free to add your own comments on this. But the first question I have for you is, whether you were aware that at the time Fatmir Limay, as director of the Military Police Directorate, was involved in the investigation and prosecution of people, a KLA member in that case. Were you aware of that?
No.
In the middle of that document, it says, in English at least, it says, therefore the prosecution, so that seems to be Mr. Limay, requests to order the execution of investigations with regard to this criminal case. Now, do I understand this report correctly? And again, you can read the Albanian as Mr. Limay ordering the execution of an investigation in relation to Blerim Kuqi.
This sentence, as far as I'm concerned, is extremely unclear. And whoever held the position, the director of military police, as mentioned, in this type of official document of this nature, I think goes beyond the competences provided and the actions as such.
In other words, and I don't mean to put your words in your mouth, Mr. Limay here, in his capacity as director of the military police, was, in your understanding, going beyond his powers. Is that what you're saying?
Well, as I said, I do not know as to whether there was an internal rules of procedures, and it is based on that then one would see what the duties of the military police are, and perhaps not for them to become prosecutor, not for the police to become prosecutor, because the police does act indeed, but based on the order of a prosecutor, not on their own behalf.
Now, can we go to the next document? That's Exhibit P1174. And again, I'll give you a moment to read through it. And if it needs to be enlarged for you, a witness, just let us know.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I have just read it, Judge.
I'll ask you to comment on a few things, but as you did previously, feel free to add your views on this. But that is, it's entitled "A Decision on Detention." It's dated of the same day as the meeting with Drini and Castrati, so the day when Blerim Kuqi is first arrested and detained, 16 January 1999. And the decision on detention is taken by law graduate Fatmir Limay. And it says that there are grounded suspicion that Blerim Kuqi, without sufficient reason and without approval of the general staff, left the company of the KLA and that therefore the military police has issued this decision on detention for an initial period of 3 days. And again, it refers to the military penal code and the offense of desertion. And at the end of the document, it says that an appeal to the investigative judge against the decision is permitted within 24 hours. So I have the same general question as I did before. The first one being that, were you aware that Mr. Limay, as head or director of the Directorate of the military police, had the authority to order the detention of a KLA member?
No. But I say it again, this document too is a poor excuse. So it matters not whether there's a law graduate in it, because even if a secondary school pupil had written this, it would be a mistake. And we couldn't possibly excuse him or her, let alone a law graduate, to say that he left the KLA company, even though he was the commander of the company in the Pastrik area. And then he says, without a reasonable cause and along with his company, he set off and left for Albania. This makes no sense. So he left the company behind, but with his own company he went to Albania? It makes no sense.
And ask you about perhaps other reasons why Mr. Thaçi was arrested in a moment. But do I take it from your responses that you were not aware that the initial detention of Mr. Thaçi had been made by Mr. Limay as head of the Military Police Directorate?
All I know is that it was the military police that detained him. But precisely how they went about it, what paperwork there was, I do not know.
Well, then I'll make a small segue into what you just said. There's, or there were, military police regulation in force at the time within the KLA. Do you recall those?
No.
What they say there, and for the record, it's Exhibit P9. And sir, I'm referring to a document that is called Military Police and its Tasks, and we've received it as part of this trial. And it has a Rule 4, which says that the military police organs are subordinate to the Military Police Directorate, which appoints the commanders in the military police operative zones. Now, I understand you cannot remember seeing those regulations, but does that Rule 4, is that consistent with your understanding of how the directorate function in relation to the military police in the zones and subzones?
There was a conversation in relation to this matter because there were interferences in the subordinate units, namely in the zones and in the brigades. The military police at the central level could have given information or specific information that a specific person has a negative background and as such cannot be appointed as head of the unit. But they could not have decided exclusively on this. This would have been decided by the brigade commander, zone commander. So the appointment of the military police commander. This was talked about and was one of the mistakes made by the Directorate of the Military Police at the time.
Here, what we seem to see is the director himself ordering the detention of a KLA member. Is that right?
For
That's right.
Please see Exhibit P1344 now. It's a document you've already been shown, sir. I just have a couple more questions on that. So you've seen it before. This is called an indictment, and it's dated the 4th of March 1999, and it pertains again to the case of Mr. Thaçi, and you've been taken through various parts of that document already. I want to take you to the bottom of that first page first, please. Can you see the small Roman letters 3? Witness statements, do you see that?
Go on.
Yes, I do.
In the English, at least, it says that witness statements, namely the statement of Habib El-Shani of 5/12/1998, minutes of interrogation of Chief of Operational Staff of Pashtric Ozi of 27/01/1999, and the statement of Soldier Ilas Kadoli of 7 December 1998 are to be read in this hearing. Now, simply for you to confirm that the statements of Habib El-Shani and Ilas Kadoli appear to have been taken a day or two or three in the case of Kadoli after Mr. Blerim Thaçi came back in Kosovo, is that right? So immediately upon his re-entry.
Nuk jam në rrjedha.
I am not aware of this information. I do not know the details.
Now, just turn to the next page. There's the document is attributed to General Military Prosecutor Arben Seydou, and you've told us, I think, that you do not know that person, right?
Nuk e nja.
I do not know him.
Është emën I ri.
To me, this is a new name. I don't think I have ever heard the name of Arben Seydou.
That in addition to so-called De Bruyne, there was I think you called it a note taker. Do you know the name of the person who was taking the notes while you gave your statement to Mr. De Bruyne?
Jo.
No, I don't.
Just in terms of, again, I understand you don't know what happened in fact, but I'm going to ask in terms of your understanding of how the KLA would have functioned. We saw a moment ago that Mr. Limay, as director of the Military Police Directorate, issued a decision to arrest Blerim Thaçi. Now, if it were suggested that it was at the request of Jakub Krasniqi, that Jakub Krasniqi informed the the military police and Mr. Dobruna of the decision to arrest Blair and Kuchi. Would you have any reason to dispute that?
Well, Your Honour, I object to that question. That is a prosecutorial question, not a judicial one. What is the basis in the evidence or in anything this witness can say for suggesting that Jakub Kuznici informed the military police?
So I'll put the question differently, Mr. Ellis, so that hopefully you can live with it. If Bislim Zirapi were to say that the decision of the General Staff to arrest Mr. Kuchi was communicated by Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, would you have any reason to dispute that?
Again, it's an extremely leading question on a matter that the court clearly feels is an important one to the assessment of this case. If that is going to be the evidence from another witness, then we need to hear it from the other witness, not from somebody who clearly has no knowledge of it. This witness has not said that Bislim Zirapi said that to him.
Witness, you may answer the question.
Unë me profesion nuk jam jurist.
I am not a lawyer by profession, but the legal matters are as follows. If the prosecutor, if there's any remarks or any reprimand, information is provided to the prosecutor. The prosecutor will then assess whether the person in question needs to be arrested or not. Then the police acts upon an order or orders from the prosecution office. But one cannot be both prosecutor and executioner in this case. Then, if there are grounds for it, the judge, the court, will assess whether the person must be kept in detention and remand or released or sentenced. In this particular case, I don't see this line having been followed. Therefore, I think, in my opinion, there were violations made, but again, I am not a lawyer, where this is a document that is not mine and a document which contains plenty of anomalies.
Maybe to follow up on that, of the people who returned with Blair Kuchi from Albania in early December 1998, were some of them the same people who had left with him in September of 1998?
When Blair Kuchi left for Albania, he was with 2 or 3 persons, no more than that. They escorted him in the sense of helping him, assisting him, because this was not an easy travel to go through the mountains of Pashtrek. When he returned, there were 120 soldiers and officers at the end of November. And they arrived in the territory of Soareka after midnight on the 1st of December. These units crossed the border on the 28th of November. Therefore, the journey of these 120 soldiers lasted from the 28th of November, 29th, 30th, and then they reached the territory of Soareka on the 1st of December, immediately after midnight. This was an extremely harsh winter, very cold, a lot of snow. So those who make this journey are able to tell about the difficulties and hardship they faced. But because of this will, powerful will, they surmounted these obstacles and difficulties to give their contribution to the war effort. Again, Blerim Kuchi in this process helped the cause. He did not hinder it. After this, the Ministry of Defense started supporting financially the Kosovo Liberation Army, and in particular the Pashtek operational zone, despite the fact that within the Pashtek operational zone there were other brigades where their officers were not deployed. However, a significant number of these officers were given different assignments throughout the Kosovo Liberation Army ranks, and not only within Brigade 123 and the operational zone of Pashtek.
I'm going to maybe answer slightly more briefly my question. Was Sabit Gashi one of the individuals who left with Blerim Kuchi in September of 1998?
I do not know.
Whether anyone other than Blerim Kuchi, who left in September of 1998, was prosecuted and imprisoned for desertion.
I do not know.
Now, you said in your preparation session last week, in its preparation note number 2, paragraph 41, that some people were claiming or were trying to portray Blerim Kuchi as a collaborator. Do you know what was the basis for these people to make such claims?
I do not know. I can only guess. I would say that it's because they were jealous, because of the contribution that Blerim Kuchi gave. He gave a lot more than others did. But nothing else, nothing more than this.
I'd like to finish for the day with these questions. We have received information that Mr. Kuchi was detained for a time in a prison in Klečka. Are you aware of that?
I know that he was detained, but how long he was detained for, I do not know. Based on information I have mentioned the fact that it's about Shatiri, but I'm not sure about that.
It was about the location. Were you aware that he was detained in a prison in Klečka for a time?
It's not like it was a prison, something improvised at that, but I do not know the exact details. I do not know the circumstances.
Klečka is geographically within the Pashtek zone, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Prison, or you called it something improvised as a prison, was not under the command of the Pashtek zone, was it?
The general staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army was in Klečk. It so happened that it was within the Pashtek operational zone, but it could have just as well been another zone. But other than that, the general staff also had an office in Ishor.
So do I understand your response to suggest that the prison, or the improvised prison, as you call it, was under the authority of the general staff, or are you saying something different?
Your Honor, just so that I do not make mistakes, there is talk of a prison. I do not know of a prison. I know that Blerim Kuji was detained somewhere. Let's call it a room, a detention room, or something along those lines. But in terms of a prison per se, I do not know that there was one in that region.
It differently. Let's say the room in which he was kept. Was it under the zone command, in your understanding, or was it under someone else's authority?
Under the authority of the General Staff, respectively, not the zone. That's all I can say.
All right, witness. We will be finished for today. You'll have to be back again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We will try to start promptly at 9 or closely thereafter. You may leave the room now with the court usher. Remember not to speak to anyone about this case and your testimony outside of the courtroom.
Thank you very much and have a lovely day.
Mr. President, I have two issues.
We have some others too. I want to get to your 2 points that you raised this morning, if you're ready to do that.
Your Honor, I am ready to do it, but I see across the room is Mr. Halling, and I don't think he's been dealing with that particular issue. So
we have to get on with it. This witness is coming up.
I understand that, but I think Mr. Halling is not the person who is dealing with it. So maybe if my counterpart, I can do it now, but it will take some time.
You've already filed a written submission on it.
No, it's not related to the written submission.
I'm talking about 4846.
Yes, but the issues that I wish to address don't relate to the written submission that's filed. I'm not replying to that. This is to do with matters that were in inter-parties correspondence between us and the prosecution relating to two issues that have arisen from the preparation session. So,
The counsel of record for this witness did want to address the court on it. If your honors would like to address it now, we have sent an email reflecting our full position on those 2 points, and that's essentially our submission.
They answered it already with a written submission.
okay, well, what would
I'm asking you, is there something else you want to say about it?
what I wanted to do was set out the particulars of the new allegation, because it's not fleshed out entirely within the email itself.
Flesh it out in writing, because we're not going to spend an hour in here listening to it get fleshed out now. So if you have something you want to submit, get it in writing, have it in our hands tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
I can do that. Either way, as long as it's resolved before the witness turns up.
It'll be
I'm happy.
resolved.
Okay, thank you.
Now.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 points. One, in public session, I'm told that a document that Judge Mitro used, which was authored by Fatmir Limai, there's a translation mistake. And so the sentence that says the prosecution requests to order the execution of investigations is incorrectly translated. And the correct translation should be the prosecution is requested to order the execution, which changes the meaning that Judge Mitro put to the witness. The second issue I have, we need to move into private session briefly. It relates to a witness.
All right, we will ask the interpreters to please check that particular issue out and get back to us. And please into private session. While we're waiting for that, you had also a 4445 issue you wanted to...
Yes, Your Honour, I think that may be preempted by my colleague, what he's about to inform you, which comes from what the prosecution informed us about half an hour ago. So that was what I wished to raise as well.
Thank you very much.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you. Now we're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.